How am I already underwater?
Calm down, Foo. It's not even started the stream, man. How you going? Holy shit, the fucking Path of Exile 2. What the, like, how is it so good without, well, I mean, they're adding quite a lot, but holy shit, what a, I woke up to a message from Cameron saying that, I'll just jump in as well. I woke up to a message from Cameron saying, like, there was heaps of community hype around it, and I was like, what could they have possibly done? I really didn't expect just a full overhaul of, like, everything. Like, really didn't think they were going back to the drawing board. I mean, unless I missed some communication. Beating God Blade just clicked on YouTube and your stream was just there. That's fair. I can't get over the fact that, like, yeah, unless I missed some communication around it, they just went ahead with completely revamping so many classes. It's so, like, these aren't the issues that I thought they were going to be tackling, but they are exactly what they needed to do. I don't know, I just can't, it blew my mind. Like, I need to sit down and give it a proper look because I was obviously working today, so I was kind of listening in. Well, I gave it a pretty good look, I'll be honest. I hope it'll be enough. Well, it's funny, yeah, because I was messaging Cameron telling him he's gonna love it, and he's not watched it. I don't think. He's just read some stuff, but he's not convinced it'll be enough to bring him back for this one. Definitely step in the right direction. I like most of the changes. Yeah, I don't think there's not a single change I look at and think that's absolutely bad. There is quite a few changes though, like the currency stuff, where I'm like, oh, okay, we'll kind of see. I like where their head's at. I do love the inventory system in this. Hey, you just got all of this just space. Like, I'm kind of curious about how the currency thing will work. But I mean, love what they're doing with support gems. Like what they're doing with skills. Love that they've updated minions and specters. I can't believe they spent time on specters. We're getting all of Act 4, and I like that they went with the interlude acts. I think the interlude acts was an interesting idea. Okay, what the fuck was I supposed to do? I've now forgotten what I was supposed to be doing here. I have a couple of points in here. What? It's 11 plus 2, okay. See, I can't believe it. All right. So what do we got? We got these two things. So entering the necropolis, that's what we're up to. This one here. The Black Legion cannot advance on the necropolis directly. There are too many enemies and the losses would be too great. Instead, Creed is tasked with sneaking and securing a rift gate. Once you've done so, Olgrim and a contingent of troops will join you in the final assault where the enemy is least expected. Enter the necropolis. Okay. Is that like over here maybe? Must be. Yeah, just... Oh, there's another guy. Okay. Yeah, I'll deal with the witch. Was there another one over here that I missed? No. Good, we're good. Yeah, we got everything. Oh, okay. We'll deal with the witch then. We'll do that first, though. In here, is it? Yeah. Yeah. Really didn't expect so much. Just so much. I just can't. I can't believe it. I don't know what my favorite part is, to be honest. If it's all the changes that are coming to the classes, they're going to make them a little bit more playable.
My, what a curiosity you are.
What is this? A human? And not yet. There is an aura about you, stranger, but I cannot sense a spirit. Tell me what fate has befallen you. I was obsessed by an ethereal, but left me at the hangman's noose. What a marvel you are. They said that you come one with ethereal, you must lose all that defines you, but it seems there is more to the mystery. The earth holds many secrets, but few are held from me. There are those who fear such power, but that is why you're here, no? Why should I trust you? I assure you I came to Legion with full intent of helping them against the battle of the invasion. My information has already saved many lives, but Captain Reeve and many others refuse to see it. Will you join them in condemning? I'll defy Reeve. Why not? Hey, Texas, how you going, man? Good to see you. We were just obviously chatting through. Yeah, I'm against streaming. Yeah, sorry, I can see the Discord up there. Yeah, like, how insane. Well, I was just saying this exact thing to Fufu, but like, how fucking insane was that stream? I didn't expect to be blown away by it. I really did not expect to be kind of impressed by it. It has to be the asynchronous trading. The passive sorcery changes, more nodes, less attribute requirements, and then the gem changes. Yeah, Abyss is really nice too. Oh, the trade changes are so nice. That's so nice. It's so, oh my god, it's so nice. Just like all around. Just the fact that I can sell shit, I don't have to deal with the back and forth. It's going to make me much more likely to sell things, because I avoid selling so much stuff, because I don't want to have to deal with people. I don't want to have to deal with going in and out. I don't want to have to deal with the fuckery where somebody messages you, you jump out, and then they don't turn up because they found something better. Just a trade might actually be worth doing. Do you have the materials? Yes, I do, apparently. These should be last. No, I'd like to hear it. Yeah, I don't care enough about the story. We'll just continue on. I'll bring the Fang. Oh my god. Acquire the Fang of the Bone Hunter. Maybe I should have paid attention. Could this also fix price fixing? I'm not sure like how much of an issue price fixing was, to be honest. Like I'm not familiar with it, so maybe. Okay, so where do we get this? Wrath of the Beast. Long dead. Spawns to live on. One of them a fiend known as Callus Car. The Bone Hunter dwells in an area near Burwich known as the East March. Okay. East Marsh, though. I mean, it'll just be so nice selling stuff, but it's also buying, right? Like the most frustrating motherfucking thing about buying stuff in Path of Exile 2 is you see a thing, you click it, and yeah, they're AFK, or they just don't respond, or whatever it is. The fact that I can just go to the website, click it, teleport there, instantly buy what they had. Perfect. I wonder though how often, I can't imagine it'll be that often, but I wonder how often it'll be, oh, there were always fake posts with great gear for cheap. It would fix price. It would fix that, right? Because if you posted something as cheap, then I would just teleport into your base and take it for cheap. Like there's nothing to stop me doing that, right? Even if you're offline. So if anyone's selling stuff for cheap, they won't be able to use the vendor to do it. They'll have to go the old school way, and then you'll just ignore that stuff. Like it'll depend on how well it works. Like they said, you know, they haven't tested it on a full economy, but assuming there's no bugs with it and players trust it, every player's going to use it. Like they're going to use it, because why wouldn't you? Like there's no reason not to, you know? Where's Burwich? Was Burwich down here? There's the homestead. Village of Darkvale. God, the necropolis is up there. Okay, all right. Oh, it's over here. It's over here. Okay. East Marsh. Okay. There we are. Yeah, sorry, I couldn't remember. Oh fuck, this is the Warden cell. Okay, Burwich Village. Yeah, like I think the trade is going to completely redefine how that works. Like I'm also thinking about the same thing for people who try to scam, right? I've not had a massive issue with scammers, but I've heard it's a thing, and I know the scams, which is, you know, they put a different item there to sell, or they put or, you know, they throw in some currency but not all the currency that you're expecting. Okay, the repair site over there is probably where it's going to be. So I think that's going to be really nice. It's just I really like the, because that's what they're removing, right? And I think that's what this entire patch has been, is Grinding Games removing the friction, or the unnecessary friction, from Path of Exile 2, right? Like it's gonna be amazing. What do you need for this? Oh yeah, dynamite. Yeah, okay. And then repair the bridge. Like they're fixing all the issues. You know, they're removing the fuckery around a lot of skills. Like I can't remember, it's like the Toxic Bloom skill. It's like the one where you would shoot toxic stuff at the ground and then jump back. I used that skill on my ranger when I was trying to poison build, and I hated the fact that it jumped because it was just stupid. So seeing that be removed is a dream come true. And the fact that they're doing that for other skills, you know, they're removing the weapon swap delay. Oh, just so many, like, I think the thing with this patch, and why my friend Cameron might not be as interested, is it's like 100 little small wins. There's like 100 little small wins everywhere. Being able to use multiple support gems, although I was somebody that supported the single support gem use. You know, I'm glad they tried it, but I think going back to letting you use as many support gems as you want is the way to go for sure. Because I think that will open up the builds. I'm not really sure how much I care about like the change where you're getting different tiers of support gems. You know how they had, like, I think it was Double Barrel has like 3 different tiers. I like that the 3rd tier does something a bit different. But it does kind of feel like, oh well, you know, once I get to end game, how much does that matter, you know? Oh, but just, and Abyss looks very good. I mean, it's very similar to obviously the original implementation, but I kind of like that. You understood the theory behind single support, but in my last Lich build, I was so frustrated they can only use single. Yeah, like I don't think I'd fully appreciated how much that had limited some of my builds. And like they said in the reveal, you know, it forced players into putting everything into a single skill, which is funny because that's how Path of Exile 1 played. Even though they had the like multiple support option, you would generally focus on a single skill being your clear. And then when they went for the combo function in Path of Exile 2, they made that change, but it had the exact opposite effect of what they were going for. But I think what's really, it's exactly what they wanted to avoid. Yeah, they just created the same problem, which is so funny. Which they probably, I mean, I don't know. I mean, everyone kind of missed it, I suppose, for a lot of the case. Oh, I'm just so excited for it. I can't remember what I was going to say there. So excited. Oh, fuck. Okay, this guy's level 50, eh? Level 55. I have the most passive build in the world, by the way. I'm literally just, I've got all my minions, and then I've got retaliation on them. So they're all just like thorns, and that's all they are the whole time. I keep moving that. Yeah, because what was I gonna say? Can't remember, but it doesn't matter. But yeah, it's just amazing, because I think that will hopefully work quite well in fleshing out. Like it's gonna make a minion build so much more interesting, because that was the biggest problem with minion builds, is you had to focus on a single minion. Zoomancing done right indeed. Exactly. And I think Path of Exile, it sounds like Path of Exile 2 is now, it's now promoting that build, right? I'm really like, I'm kind of, you know, I'm obviously very happy with the minion changes. I'm not going to deny that I'm very happy with the minion changes, obviously. It's something I'm very, very keen on. But I I kind of hate that I'm going to be going for another minion build day one. I do. I was kind of looking forward to doing a different kind of build now that I've explored minions twice. But they keep adding new interesting minion stuff, so I can't get away from it. What's this path up here? I probably should check down there before I go through here, but anyway. I don't like the fact they removed the one support limit, actually. Oh, okay, you think the ideal solution to that is adding more support gems, not removing the limit. That's a good point. Like, if you had more options, you know, there'd be more stuff to do there. Because now that they've done that, they can't go back. You know, it's going to be hard for them to remove that quality of life feature for sure. What do we got here? Oh, it's one-handed, but I'm just going to lose. I don't use Doom Bolt or Possession. No, I don't need that either. And the buffs to Spectres. I can't fucking believe they're buffing Spectres. Holy shit, I can't believe they spent the time doing that. I mean, all somebody did was tweak the attack values and obviously the spirit cost. But I didn't think we were going to see that. So now, yeah, now I'm really invested in exploring minions again. I'm so surprised. I'm so surprised that their content reveal got me excited for Path of Exile 2. Not that I was like not excited, but I just didn't think it was going to bring me back. And like the sprint mechanic, of all things, a sprint mechanic, and the implementation of it is fantastic. Like, I guess why wouldn't you have that? Although in saying that, we used to be able to fly through Path of Exile 1 maps with the movement speed they gave us. Your merch should be a I love minion shirt. Like, to be fair, I'm praising them for adding sprint, but they did remove sprint from the game by removing like the Quicksilver flask, right? Because that's what we had. So they've just implemented it differently. Not the worst outcome, I suppose, but oh, I guess at least now you. Oh fuck, I was not paying enough attention there. Sorry. At least now that we don't have to worry about like charged in flasks, you can just sprint whenever you want. Oh fuck me, you spawned me here. Okay. But yeah, sprinters, and I should just have minion merch. Okay, where are we? Over here. There we are. Oh, so good. What else was there? Abyss looks really fuck. I did that last time. Bewitch Rift. Abyss looks great. I quite like what they've done. I found it really interesting that they mixed in. Was it? Have I fucking gone to the wrong area again? Jesus Christ. They've kind of brought in like the syndicate function, right? So like, you know, the where you uncover hidden modifiers. I found it interesting that they brought that into Abyss. I think it's good. I think it's a good use. What do you guys think? What do you guys think that that special item? I can't remember what it was fucking called. You know how you throw items into the pit and you get the buff back? You know, there was that special item where you throw yourself into the pit. What do you think that's going to be? Like, my first thought was like an extra passive skill point or two. But that almost seems a little lackluster for it. But it's got to be a permanent buff, right? I don't know. But yeah, what do you guys think that is? If you have your own guesses on what that might be. Okay, well, since I'm here, I'll clear down this way. You get cat ears and your character says, yeah, they get damaged. Honestly, if that was the case, I would be so happy. It would just be the biggest, just... I'm saying it can't be something else. Oh my god, that would be incredible. Because, yeah, what the fuck is it? What is it going to be? Like... would be awesome. Like a straight damage buff seems... A straight just damage buff doesn't seem interesting enough as an outcome, right? So it has to be more than just a straight just you do more damage. That seems unnecessary and pointless. But then in the same breath, like a single skill point seems kind of whatever. Like what would be the point as single... What level am I? 50, 51, okay. These are 55, 56, but... The Zoomancer does not care. It's got to be a buff of some sort, doesn't it? But what? What kind of buff is it? Unless it's going to be something... Because the thing, like, all I keep thinking about is, like... By the time you get that item, I assume it's an endgame... Maybe not a chase item, but it'll be a bit more rare. So what the fuck is it going to do to you? Knowing Jonathan will be both a buff and a debuff. Yeah, I was trying to think, like, is it going to be a buff that only impacts, like, Abyss? So it's like, oh, you know, this makes you stronger against Abyss monsters. But then if you've got to the stage of being able to grab that, what's the point of being stronger against, you know, just that monster type? If it's an all-around buff, then... Oh my god, I'm getting absolutely destroyed over here. If it's just a full, like, 100% buff, like, what's the point in not doing it? Like, it's just going to become a mandatory step, almost like Ascendancies, obviously. Like, everyone is going to want to do it. Okay, are we focused? No. Oh, he's healing this guy, isn't he? There we go. Okay, now he's actually dying. Okay. I got to keep an eye out for the healers. Oh, you get this guy, get this guy. Get him out of here. Where you go? Get him. You get this, but at what cost? Yeah. Because, like, the pure fact that they've left it a mystery is what has me thinking. Because if it's a mystery, it has to be something interesting. I swear to God, if we jump into the pit and get, like, a passive skill point, why? like why? You know what I mean? Like, it can't be something that basic. It's got to be something interesting. What do we got here? No, it's whatever. There's also whatever. Grabbing the cell though. The fuck is a celestial totem? Oh, okay. Yeah, it's just one of these totems. Okay, I've done one of these before. Yeah, I wonder what the downside could be. Oops, pressing the wrong buttons. Okay, I might be a little under-leveled for this area, to be honest. Just a passive point or 5 would be anticlimactic for sure. I mean, 5 would be kind of cool, because 5 is like getting 5 skill points in one moment is that's a lot of fucking skill points. That's a lot of player power you're just suddenly getting. But I agree with you. It's like it's very anticlimactic, you know. But I could maybe see that they wouldn't want to necessarily advertise that that's what the reward is. They want to keep some of that intrigue there. But I don't know. I can't get away from the fact that it just has to be direct player power. I can't get away from that fact. Either way, we'll see what it is. No way they do 5 skill points. That'd be a second ascendancy. Yeah, it would be too much, right? It'd be way too much. Don't care about that either. Less what that item is so rare that it costs like 15 mirrors. Because that's the other thing. Yeah, like if it's a straight player buff, if it's a straight buff that every single player wants, that item is either going to be extremely expensive or extremely inexpensive based on how it drops. Because everybody's going to be trying to buy it. Interesting though. It's interesting regardless. I'd be kind of interested. Unless it's the same thing where you jump in and then you have an option of different... Maybe it's different buffs. Maybe you get an option of various things. But you can only have like one at a time. Because that would encourage players to run it multiple times to get whatever the peak or whatever the best thing is for your build. It would have to be 5 for it to be worth it. Yeah, that's the other thing. It would have to be... Like, if it's player power, it has to be a decent chunk of player power. I mean, like, even if it was a single passive point, players are still going to be chomping for it because, you know, min-max and all that. Don't know. Did you guys watch the Q&A? Did it? I assume it didn't come up there. They probably wouldn't. They're not going to say what it is in the Q&A, right? That doesn't make sense. Because I haven't watched the Q&A yet. Kill this guy, please. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, my God. I'm pressing the wrong fucking buttons again. My bad. Open the door, please. All right, let's bail out here for a minute. Regroup with a zoo. You're partway through watching it. Stop to watch me and said, hey, appreciate that. I also haven't looked at the patch notes, but I might pull them up later and have a quick look. And you watch some of it? Okay. Maybe I'll probably watch it. I'll watch it a bit later. I'll watch it later tonight if I remember. Although they're not gonna answer that question, but I'm curious what questions old mate Ziggy D is gonna answer. And I like that we're just slowly getting more and more to do in the end game. I love that that's slowly being fleshed out. Like I thought the end game was in a decent position in Dawn of the Hunt, so I think it's going to be in a pretty good spot for this release. But goddamn, I can't. And an unarmed. I know we've already talked about it. An unarmed monk. I cannot believe we got an unarmed monk. We got Spectre updates. We got minion updates. We got Abyss League of all leagues. Like one of the leagues we all kind of enjoy. It would have been so good if it was Plight. But we got Abyss League. And a fucking insane amount of quality of life. Oh, I cannot. I can't believe. It is like they watched. It is like they watched on Tuesday. It's crazy. And hey, they proved me wrong. Like I was saying, like if they don't have... Oh, actually, they proved me wrong and proved me right. Because I was saying on Tuesday, if they don't release the Druid, they really need to make up for it. And they did. And they absolutely made up for it. Oh, that's right, I've got that on move only, okay. Bro, they're watching right now. Hey, if they're watching right now and I influence them, I want... Hey, where's my cut, Jonathan? Where's my cut? I want that. I want that. I'll admit I'm actually Jonathan. Jonathan cosplaying as a UK man with a racing setup. I love it. Would make sense, but you've been playing a lot of Grim Dawn. You know, you saw the vision over there. You brought the minion vision back for me. I'll get you on to do an interview, Tex. We'll pretend you're Jonathan. You're doing a very good job pretending not to be a giant masochist. Where am I going? I've butchered pathing through this area. Oh my god. I can't wait. And it's so funny because Ashes of Creation Phase 3 starting next week. I was so ready to ignore Path of Exile and just go like super hard on that game. And now it's like, well shit. Next Friday I'll be playing some Path of Exile too. It's not gonna be happening. Oh, actually Friday, no, I think it comes out Saturday for me from memory. I'll have to double check. I think Friday's like the US release time. I think for me for me I'm pretty sure it ends up being like 9 o'clock at night or like 1 in the morning or some shit. Yeah, it'd be like, yeah, it'd be it's always goddamn Saturday morning for me. That's fine. That's fine. I'll be jumping into it the following week then. Or over that weekend a little bit. Hello? Oh, I thought, can I not go through there? It's like completely open on there. Yeah, let's go this way, clear it. I'll slowly clear out the fog. But yeah, looks like I'll be going. I'm going to be going. What builds are you guys going for? Have you figured out what are you aiming for? I know you still need to theory craft your builds. Around 6 or 7 a.m. for you. That sounds, yeah. It sounds about right. It's always pretty early in the morning. Yeah, so what builds are you guys going for? I'm gonna, I'm clearly going minions, as I've already said. I'm really curious to try out what they discussed in the reveal trailer, like the minion brutes having their own active skill, having some mages in there that can give everyone I'm thinking single mage to give everyone the ice armor, maybe 2 mages, 1 or 2 mages to give everyone the ice armor, and then I'll have to check if the brutes, if their active ability can proc on each other, or if they can only proc on like other minion types. But a really cool option would be skeleton brute, single skeleton brute, single frost mage, and then a fuck ton of the cheapest specters you can get, and then put the ice armor on all of them, and then just keep popping the ice armor. You know? Like, have some frost skills, throw out your frost skills, chill some things, and then just keep exploding those specters. You would like to try out the Chaos Elemental spell build, possibly Sork. You're also curious about the new armor and the new evasion changes sound really good, don't they? And the armor as well, to be honest. Like, they're both pretty solid changes. Like evasion, I think evasion sounds very strong now. Sounds very strong. Especially being able to get that deflection up to, although you have to build for it, up to 100. But it'll highly depend on the hundreds of new nodes. Yeah, true, hundreds of new nodes there. I'm looking forward to just making an actual, oh, this is +3 to summon Hellhound. But I lose +3 on the skeletons. I'm really looking forward to seeing what they've done in the passive tree. And yeah, the deflect on top of the evasion. I'm surprised. Yeah, that was kind of a wild. That was kind of wild. I can't believe how many just straight buffs there were. Like evasion, armor, like active block. Active block sounds fucking incredible now. Like active block and parrying both sound so good. What is the guillotine? It's a two-handed axe. I need physique. +2 to all skills in necromancer though. If only that was a cult. Because my necromancer skills, I'm using some. It's only those two actually. But I did want to use summon Blight Fiend potentially. I'll hang on to that for now. I'll throw it in there. We'll look at that as we go. I'm going to need more, massively more physique for it though. So questionable. Yeah, deflect on top of evade. I'm like pretty interested in trying out an unarmed monk build too. But I'll probably... That might be my second character after doing a minion build. Might be that one. I like the look of... You're thinking Chill Monk, Unarmed Course, Chaos, Multicurse, Shenanigans. Yeah, but that sounds pretty good. That does sound pretty good. I like what they're doing with the Sorcerer, with like the infusions. It reminded me very much of the Witch and how the Witch works in... Or the Mage in Elden Ring Night Rain. Obviously different system, but it sounded like very... Very similar. We got different infusions that augment different things. I'm sure other games have done similar systems as well. Like, I'm pretty interested in that, but I feel like... I guess you can focus in on a couple of skills. It just seems a bit overwhelming. It's like every skill is just infused and augments every other skill. Although it sounds like you could probably just play it as you normally would and then just be happy with the infusions that come in. Okay, I think up there might be the actual boss, so let's go down here and clear this out first. That sounds painful. Or with the elemental chaos conversion, I might go crit lining chaos zooms. Fun, but unarmed historically has been a bit of a meme. And Chayla is the weakest sentence. Yeah, true, true. Well, weakest at the moment. Who knows what it'll look like with all the changes. It goes well for you. Yeah, I'm a bit curious about, because having both your hands unsocketed, and then what was it? You get physical. The problem was, like, I don't think they said how much physical damage you get based on the skill you're using, right? Because I think that's how it's scaled, is you get physical damage based on the level of the skill. Then there was attack speed based on evasion, and what was it? Crit based on... Was it an energy? Was it energy shield? Can't remember. But I'm very curious to see how it goes. Like, I also hope it goes well for your text. This? Oh, I died over... Where did I die? I died all the way up there. Oh, fuck. Okay, this area is massive. Never mind. I thought that was going to be... Okay, what's this? Something they're making actually viable, because there's no reason not to have unarmed in the game, especially since you're... Yeah. I would hope get the given it's a single class that uses it, and it's a very pointed thing that they have put in the work to make it viable. And I would hope a couple of builds viable, right? But I agree with you. I have some doubts there. I mean, we saw Spectres come out and be pretty lackluster, but unarmed, a different beast. Very, like, seems like it should be a lot easier for them to pull together. Oh, spawner behind me? What's that about? Hello. So we're putting in a cult. Make sure I max that out. Yeah, manipulation's maxed. That's maxed. Oh, let's undo that one. Oh, yeah, open another one into Hellhound. That's fine. Hang on, do I have any of these? I do have one of these. Oh, where the hell was I putting it? Fox? I think I was putting in the Fox purely to get the green shit. Get about 8 full respecs in the original trailer monk and they all sucked. But the new change seems good. New change does seem pretty good. I hope it works. I'm pretty happy with all, even the warrior. The warrior looks pretty solid now, don't you reckon? I was kind of in, oh, this place looks cool. Oh, there we go. He's level 58. Okay, so he's okay. So he's a good 6 levels above me. That's a bit ham. Luckily, he can't escape the zoo. He's stuck in the zoo. Yeah, burn him down pretty quick. There he goes. So get its fang, get the blueprint, repair that. Oh, Fiend Scale jacket, hey? Enemies who strike you become diseased with deadly contagion that continues to spread beyond the host. That's kind of cool. 100% chance when hit. Needs so much physique though. And Black Death and Bloody Pox. Black Death, is that in here? Bloody Pox. Calls down a plague to spread amongst foes, sapping their life force, causing them to bleed from every orifice. I had planned to use Bloody Pox once I'd finished out, or if I can finish out my zoo. So I had planned to use that. And what was the other one? Put it in there, actually. Black Death. Black Death. There's no search option in here, is there? No. Black Death. Black Death. Sigil. Bloody Pox. Session. There you go. There's Black Death. Okay, so it's at the end of the Bloody Pox one. Burning of fever and suffering with location their internal organs, if infected, may be hit by sudden bouts of confusion or wander the battlefield, attacking the air. Oh shit, okay, yeah, I might spec into that soon. Now, and speaking of, we got the devotion thing, finish out the Fox, get the constellation bonus. Shield bearing warrior seems to have hints of paladin-like stuff. Yeah, there's one. Oh, that's one missing from Grimdawn is the search. Yeah, it's not bad though. You make your way. You figure it out. It's not as overwhelming as Path of Exile, so at least you can figure out where you are. Yeah, pretty interested in trying a warrior now. Like the upgrades to armor, I feel like you're actually going to feel pretty beefy. The I can't remember what that move was. He had like the hammer, the cool hammer he has that you can throw, and then he can war cry to open fissures, and then he can stomp. And then there was the war cry where once you've ignited enemies, you can really, like, even just walking reactivates the fissures. Like that seems so good. There's so many. Sorry, I'm just going to reply to this. So many build options that like feel so much more viable now. Like I got the sense that from watching it, the campaign is just going to be much more enjoyable. It feels like the difficulty of the entire game has been raised a little bit, as in it's less difficult, so lowered, I guess you would say. Like the difficulty has come down a tad. I don't know if that's going to be the experience, but with every change they've mentioned, I can't imagine how... Imagine your power bill if you play that build with a higher GPU. I know. And imagine Jonathan laughing. Yeah, laughing until I go broke and can't play anymore. Well, he's got the money at that point, so he's still laughing, I'm sure. Oh, it looks good. Looks so good. But yeah, I think it's going to be more enjoyable, and I like now that we have just a full consistent well, no, it's obviously not a full campaign to go through, but I like that we don't have to do cruel difficulty. I'm impressed at how quickly they got rid of that. I mean, I know we're like 9 months after release, and it feels like it's probably not that quick. But you know, third patch and cruel difficulty is gone, or third big content update, I should say, not patch. Definitely not patch. Which Cathedral? Just checking up here. Oh, that's where I died. All right, sweet. All right, get in there. Can I hit the crystal? No, I can't. Okay. All right. No. It's in the box. Just fuckload of iron. All right, so cleared this entire area. Sweet. Yeah, the fort. I do struggle a little bit with this map to understand where I need to go at certain times. But mostly that's just me. Oh, I haven't looked at the patch notes yet. I think I may have said that already. I might get them up a little bit later. Towards the end of the stream, I'll have a bit of a look at the patch notes to finish it out, because I'm kind of curious to take a look at them. Alright, we've slain the spawn. The creature you felled must have been quite formidable to be armed with such a fang. Thank you. Come back to speak with again sometime? About right now. What do you need? Get rid of that guy. It's believed that the Arcovians had access to powerful divination magic, but the technique became lost when their civilization succumbed to the necromancer's curse. I believe that we would recover this practice with the right information. A tome known as the Archive of Fates, untold, is the possession of an Arcovian named the Shade of Elnadrin. You must enter the Steps of Torment in the Broken Hills, cross the ancient gates, and banish him. Acquire it. Okay, so Steps of Torment in the Broken Hills. I don't have it, do I? No. Steps of Torment, Broken Hills. Steps of Torment, Broken Hills. Is that over there? Don't think so. Broken Hills? Steps of Torment. Okay. So, well, I mean, say Broken Hills, so we'll go down from there. Yeah, to skim. Patch notes mostly sounds good. Just the announcement text only. Yeah, well, that's fair. I can't imagine too much changing. Maybe an Undercity entrance. Oh, okay. She's implored you to enter the Steps of Torment in the Broken Hills, the section beyond the sealed ancient gates. Section beyond the sealed ancient gates. It's not this, is it? No, I remember that person. Okay. Oh, there's something down here, so maybe down that way? Oh no, that's... Okay, that's the city. My bad. That's the city. Okay. Ancient Ruins entrance. Undercity entrance. God, I just don't know where this would be. Worth look though. Control F. What you're interested in? Yeah, that's a good call. Hang on, I'm just gonna quickly. No, that's not it. That's Steam. Just gonna quickly Google this quest so I can make sure I'm not going in the wrong direction for the next like 20 minutes. Secrets are lost. Secrets of the lost. Okay. Continue. Storm is an underground area in Act 2 with the entrance located in the southern part of the Broken Hills. This area is multi-level dungeon. Oh, this is the one you... Okay, I've started this dungeon. Do I have Silton Key? I do. In the southern part of the Broken Hills. So I'm in the Broken Hills. I think the entrance might be down there. Now we'll head over there. Alright. Yeah, I'll have a look through. I'm kind of curious about some of the values that they've sort of like chosen. I'm hoping to get a little bit more information on that. Otherwise, you know, it's probably what... Like, the announcement was so fucking dense. The announcement was so dense. Which was great, because I'm going to do a video on it, obviously. Because, obviously, why the fuck wouldn't I? Oh, that's right, up this way. And just trying to capture, like, all the information in, like, the skill overhaul section of it. The whole time I was just sitting there like, oh, fuck, this is more information than I know what to do with. Like, it seems like they've taken a pass at pretty much every skill. Absolutely insane commitment. Like, going back to what we were talking about Tuesday, I can't really see any other developer putting in this much fucking effort. Right? I mean, you're not even seeing this from Blizzard with Diablo 4. You know, they did their weird gear overhaul, I think, a couple of patches back, and it was just so lackluster and kind of pointless at the same time. There it is. It's down there. So it's incredible to see Running Gear Games just fucking killing it. Brand new act, 3 small interludes, which are probably the size of an act, like, on their own. Complete support gem overhaul, skill gem. Fuck, I can't get away from how insane it is. Now let's kill this just for the loot. They're complete averages compared to Chronicle Games. They really are. They really are. It's becoming like more and more embarrassing over time, right? Things just continually... Why am I... Oh, I was stunned. So why can't I move here? Here we are. That was more than I thought it was going to be. Yeah, the blueprint. I like how well this game makes you backtrack. Like, I remember trying this area when I was exploring this, obviously about 10 levels ago. And it was a bit too hard, but I still tried it. I like that there was a reason for me to come back. I was curious if I was going to come back to this. You have mid to high hopes for Titan Quest 2? I have pretty high hopes for Titan Quest 2. I think Titan Quest 2, very much like Grim Dawn and Titan Quest 1, I don't think they'll... I'm curious, actually. I don't know if they've said if they will or not. Maybe I need to check their Steam page just to clarify. But I don't think they're going to go for the... I don't think they're going to go for, like, the League model, right? I think they're just going to release their game and that'll be their game. And I think that's kind of what I want from those kind of those other ARPGs. I can't play multiple ARPGs that all have... You hope their DLC is not overpriced. That's true. I mean, they got to release the game for the DLC, right? But I really hope that... I kind of just want just a game I can play through. I just don't need everything to have leagues and cycles and what it is. It's the same reason I haven't gone back to Last Epoch. I loved Last Epoch, but I just don't have time for a game with that many cycles. You know, I know it's what games do now, but I'd be happy with Titan Quest 2 just being a single experience. I play through it, I enjoy it, and then maybe I play through it again, you know, a couple of years down the track type thing. I don't want it to come out and be a league-based model where they want me to come back every few months, just like Path of Exile 2. Like that spot in my heart, I think, is taken. Yeah, same for you. Same for you. Like it works. It works in certain games, and I think Path of Exile 2 is a good example of that. And I mean, you know, Path of Exile are the ones that kind of popularized that model, I suppose, in many ways for ARPGs. But it's okay with games just being a single experience. Like, I've got fond memories of playing through Titan Quest 1 earlier because it was just a single fucking experience. So my hopes are high, like yours, but they're high for just a nice time. Oh, I keep forgetting that I put that on walk only. I should change that off. Probably works in the last Epoch and Titan Quest 2. But if you're doing leagues, then you're directly competing with PoE, and I don't see how any game will pull off. Yeah, like you're competing with PoE and you're competing with Diablo 4. And even though Diablo 4 is, you know, kind of the worst out of all of those options, just the pedigree of the company, it's like, it's, you know, and the funds they have. You know, if you like last Epoch, if they have a really, really bad, well, to be fair, I don't know what their financial situation's like. But Diablo can afford, or Blizzard can afford for Diablo to have continuously bad releases, right? They can afford for Diablo to have continuously bad leagues because people would play it anyway. You wouldn't play it if they paid you. That's the thing. People are paying to play it. I mean, I paid to play it, obviously. So that's always going to beat them out. So you're competing with Path of Exile, who is the juggernaut. Diablo, who is an aging juggernaut that for some reason people still respect, even though he's far past his prime. And then you got Last Epoch, who's doing their best to keep up, you know. And good luck to them. I hope they do really well. And it's the problem is I'd love to play more Last Epoch, but I just can't. I can't see myself dedicating the time to it. It's so funny how the ARPG space was like devoid of any competition. You know, we had Path of Exile and Diablo, but Diablo came out once in a blue moon, and we had Diablo 3 back when I was in, I must have been in university, so I don't know, when did that come out? Like 2012 or something? I can't remember. And then Diablo 4 was what, a few years back? Like, there was kind of not really anything that released after Diablo 3. There was just Path of Exile just chewing through leagues, just fucking keeping the player base going. And now suddenly we got Diablo 4, Path of Exile 2, Last Epoch, Titan Quest 2, fucking No Rest for the Wicked as well. So many, just suddenly so many, you know, Last Epoch was so, you know, they were so sad when that many competitors just appeared on the scene, right? Okay, we don't need to go that way, we can just go straight up here. Like, they were thinking, oh, okay, we're coming into a genre that's been neglected, boys. We're gonna show them how it's done, and then instantly just massive projects all around them. That is a large man. Skeletal. He's level 54, 57. Okay, man, I came here. Oh, unless they scale a bit to your level, I'm trapped. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it's not really trying to compete with PoE anyway. It's more of a Dark Souls competitor. It is. But they're competing for a little bit of that ARPG market share, right? But you're right. That one is very much on the fringe. It's more kind of in two different worlds. What's he doing back there? Okay, got him. Oh, I can't believe how well they did. It's still blowing my mind. Obviously been thinking about it all day. Oh wait, I didn't need to go that way. What am I doing? I guess it makes sense why Grinding Gear Games have been so quiet since Dawn of the Hunt. Like, we had Dawn of the Hunt, we had quite a bit of, I'll say, discussion at the time that was released around, you know, how well Path of Exile and Grinding Gear Games were doing. And I'm so impressed that as a developer, they took that to heart, right? Like, they took the flack they got from Dawn of the Hunt, and they came out and they just absolutely smashed it. It's so funny how every other studio is... I can't imagine squeezing in so much work in 2 months. It's insane. Yeah, the amount of work they put in is just nuts. Like, the amount that they've achieved. I mean, obviously, they would have been working a lot of this stuff prior, but just the balance updates alone. Just the balances they've done to supports and skills. Like, that alone, if they just said, hey... this is all we've done, and then here's Abyss, I would have been like, not bad. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think it was 4 months, right? It was a little bit less than, a little bit more than 2. 3 or 4? Because I don't even remember when Dawn of the Hunt fucking came out. But they also had to make a PoE1 expansion. True. Oh yeah, okay, so you're cutting into half of that. Although they have 2 teams, right? Yeah, I would have been happy with just the balance changes and Abyss League. Not super happy, obviously, but I would have thought that was a reasonable... Fuck. I shouldn't have died there. I don't know what happened. Oh my god, I hate that it throws you out back to the town. No! Oh, and I gotta get another skeleton key. Okay, hang on. You can make me skeleton keys. There we go. Just make a couple. Need to... Okay, I'm gonna have to look into my itemization. Need to buff my survivability. This will probably help me quite a bit. It's a lot of armor, but I need so much physique for it, so maybe that's a bad call. I'll play safe through this dungeon and start looking at it. There's no way they got 4 months on PoE 2 alone with how much they added to PoE 1. They say they do. More likely they have a couple of people working on dedicated projects than they have the bulk of the creative team switching game to game. Yeah. Spawns in the last town he visited, so you can change which town he spawned. Yeah, I could change it. Either way, though, I'm going to have to just... where the fuck was it? Go back to Broken Hills, aren't I? Oh, at least all the monsters are dead for the walk back. So it's a bit quicker. No, they just double the size of their studio to mail out 2 games at the same time. Yeah. Oh. Birds doing here. Oh, it is incredible though. Like I'm so excited. I think what I'm really excited for, and I didn't really think about it until I saw it, was all the new bosses. Like the new bosses, the new areas. What didn't they say, like 100 new monster types? Although I wonder if like 50 of those monster types are zombie type A and now zombie type B. But it's just the expansion of all the bosses. Like, I'm so ready. I'm so ready to see what they did with the bosses. Like, you forget how good the bosses are once you've run them a bunch of times. Oh, it's gonna be so good. It's gonna be so good. I'm curious how the Act 4 is gonna run. The Krui Islands or Archipelago, whatever they call it. With it being a non-linear act. Like I'm because what I remember from looking at the graphics they had on screen at the time, it looked like there were quest markers on certain islands that the character was supposed to go to. So I wonder if you're going to have to find your own path through those islands, or if it's going to be, yes, you can go anywhere, but you know, quest A wants you to go to island 1, quest B wants you to go to island 2. Like, you know, what's that going to look like? Am I going to be directed to which island I should go to? Because then I'm clearly going to go there. You're just going to do left to right, top to bottom? Yeah. Unless there's a very clear direction on where you should go first, it'll just be exactly the same. I'll do the same, right? Just to make sure that I don't forget where I've already been. And like, until you know what the optimal path is, why would you do anything else? No, you're not. So you're not directed at all? Interesting. That was explicitly stated. Okay. Awesome. Okay. I couldn't remember if that was specific or not. So it must be like each island has its own quests, maybe? Or something similar to Act 2 where you get to pick and then you have a linear section, then maybe you get to pick again. Yeah, or maybe it's like all open at the start. You do like a bunch of islands and they lead you into one spot once you've got everything. But then that seems like a bit of a interesting act. Yeah, it'll be. Oh, I'm ready. I'm so ready. At least I think I'm ready. I don't know. I always end up dropping off like a few levels into the end game, but I like that they've smoothed out the end game level curve so you can get into the early 90s a bit easier. I found the leveling in the, I mean, obviously everyone did, the end leveling in the end game got so painfully slow. What? Did I not get the skeleton keys? No, I got skeleton keys.
I can't open that. That's locked.
Sealed by an ancient power. Why can I not go in here?
That's locked.
Can I only go in here like once after? Do I have to like restart? It's 1 use per day? But I need to go in there for a quest. What? What? Hang on. Okay. Oh, so if I quit to main menu and then rejoin, do I get to redo it? Because then then I'm gonna have to run back here. Seems fine to you either way. The only thing I care about sucks to be you. I mean, I can continue on to the necropolis, but I like to do. So, really? Holy what? Wild. Incredibly wild choice. Once per day. I don't see anything in the wiki entry saying it's once per day, but it makes sense though, because otherwise I would be able to enter it, right?
I can't open that.
Okay, well then we'll go on to the necropolis then. Oh, that's the one. All right, where were we? So back up to fort. It's fine. It's a side quest, right? We'll get to it. Okay, I'm going to assume necropolis straight up this way. Oh, you think the quest description tells me? What's it called? Secrets of the Lost. Anastasia is interested in lost artifacts, particularly from the Arcanian. She employed you to enter the steps of torment in the Broken Hills, section beyond the sealed ancient gate, and banish skeleton feeding knows the shade. Take its tome. No, it doesn't say. It doesn't say it's one use per day. I mean, it makes sense though. Like, why else couldn't I not enter it? You know. Maybe the guy at the door may have told me. Yeah, there were a few dialogue options I couldn't be bothered going through. That's all good. I'll trust you on that one. Come through. What do we got? Nothing we want. Oh, yeah. Looking forward to the campaign being not shorter but better. Looking forward to the level curve evening out a little bit at the top end. Crafting, still quite interested. You know, we had a lot of thoughts on currencies. seems like this will improve things. It seems like it'll be easier to craft at the top levels now, right? Considering the fact you can get like the higher level chaos. Although I don't know how it worked currently. What are these? Are these flashes supposed to be lightning, or is this like a visual bug? Seemed easier to craft at lower levels. So yes, I quite liked that, especially with like the essence changes. I like the idea that essences are now regal orbs essentially, and that they are deterministic in many ways. You know, I think the first one they showed, it either adds like strength, dex, or intelligence. So it's still a bit of a gamble, but I'd rather a gamble on you're going to get one of these 3 things rather than you're going to get one of these 20 things, right? Like, it's just a much better, it's like, I don't mind that gamble when it's that deterministic. I think that's good. You'll believe it when you see it. I don't think it's necessarily like the best solution, but I think you may have said as well, it's a step in the right direction, right? I feel like you may have said that in Discord. It's going in the right way. Okay. Leaving that. Who is this up here? Oh, it's Black Legion, okay. Oof, yeah, I really need to focus on getting some health. I'm getting a bit squishy now. Black Legion again. Nothing down here, right? Nope. No worries, thanks. He's happy they fixed trading and made the passive tree more interesting. Passive tree wasn't good. Yeah, you're right. The passive tree was really lackluster, wasn't it? Again, it's one of those things that I'd not really, I guess, paid enough attention to. I think like this support gems being single use, a lot of those changes I just looked at and was like, that's a good decision. But in practice, they did feel like they were just lacking in many ways. So I'm with you there. I think those if those things true, if those 2 things are true, then it'll be worth. What, are you worried they've lied to you? Wait, did that thing just come back to life? Down he goes. Nope. Yeah, the trade, like it is just they've fixed all of the small things that I found frustrating. Like, not worried they lied. It's like sprinting's going to be fantastic. You know, it's going to be amazing for those times where you realize you've missed a quest item on that side of the area and you've already made it to the other side and you're like, motherfuck. Sprinting's going to feel great for that, or at least it'll feel good initially until, you know, the speed becomes normal. Trade, I'm so happy with that change. So happy with that change. Like, it's because it is something that puts me off. Like, there's nothing worse, as I said earlier, than sitting there and you're trying to contact people in trade and you've been doing it for like 20 minutes and you just want the fucking item so you can go run some more maps and get a little bit of power. It's going to be so nice just ignoring anyone that's not using that system and then being able to buy what you see instantly. I'm curious if I'll ever go to somebody's hideout and then somebody else will be there buying the item I want, or somebody will appear behind me ready to buy. So I'm always, as soon as I enter a hideout, I'm going to be so quick on fucking snapping it up. Might suck for who knows what reason. That's true. That's true. My biggest worry is there might be like a bug that introduces some kind of duplication. But Path of Exile's always been really good at catching that stuff. To my knowledge, unless there was a big issue that I'm not aware of. Hey, Nekirsty, how you going? Good to see some Grim Dawn content. I loving Grim Dawn. It's so much fun. I don't know why I waited so long to play it. and it's the first game, the first ARPG I found that has done like a Zoomancer build as well. Am I new then to Grim Dawn? Yes, absolutely new to Grim Dawn. I did play like a tiny bit when it released back in 2016 or whatever it was, because I bought it at the time in early access. And then I just never got round to playing it again. I think after this came out, I got into Path of Exile, and then Path of Exile completely took over my life, and I just couldn't go back to another ARPG after that. But since I've been waiting for the Path of Exile 2, or a new update to Path of Exile 2 rather, yeah, this is kind of taken the forefront. I'm guessing you've played through it then, Nekirsty? I'm gonna call you Neck. Are you looking forward to the new expansion? It's crazy they're releasing new expansions from this almost a decade later. If you say, yeah, for you friends in the same situation, yeah. Oh, it's an amazing game. It's so good. It's so well done. Have you played Titan Quest 2? I know it's early access and there's not much content available. But I didn't realize this game was made by some of the same devs that made Titan Quest. Because I loved the original Titan Quest. I played that again, funnily enough, this year as well. Loved it. So good. And then Titan Quest 2 came out, and it feels amazing. I mean, it's still missing a lot of features that are in this one and in the original Titan Quest as well, so I'm hoping to see them implemented. Never played that Titan Quest, but heard a lot of good things though. Yeah. Titan Quest 1 is very much like Grim Dawn. Very similar, just a bit older because it was obviously made before. So Grim Dawn is like an improvement on Titan Quest entirely. Titan Quest 2, there's only like 6 hours of content currently. Only like 4 different masteries available. But if you like Grim Dawn, you will love Titan Quest 2 as it gets more content. It's not something I'd necessarily recommend buying now. Definitely worth a look for you. I've got a YouTube video, so feel free to check that out too. If you're not familiar with my channel. Not trying to self-promote too hard there. And are you into... Yeah, no worries, man. Have you played much Path of Exile 2 as well? We've been talking about that for the past like hour non-stop. Just the shameless plug over here. Absolutely. I mean, like, you know, I don't give a fuck about like an extra view. Like, I'm not waiting to see that Titan Quest 2 number pop up slightly. Just thought, you know, if he's not heard of it, perfect opportunity. Oh, we are living in the golden age of RPGs, aren't we? Or we're coming into a new golden age, maybe is the better way to put that. There you go, got him in the end. So do I bother upping my physique? Will give me a bit more bonus health. But if I'm going to use this, I need to get it all the way up to 359. So I have to get quite a bit in there. You weren't supposed to take it seriously. Stop digging. All right, what am I doing for the occultist? Do I move into... No, actually, that was on that item, wasn't it? That was the item that had the bloody pox on it. Yeah. I mean, wearing that would be pretty good. I don't think I have enough. I mean, that could get me another 16 physique, but I'm still well and truly below what I need. That'll give me 15. Let me see what I got in here. Maybe we got something that can get us there. Unlikely, though. No, got this one. No, can't go on anything. Got that. So I could put that on 2 of those. 15, that can't go anywhere. Hey, Miss, how you going? A Grim Dawn streamer with a neatly organized inventory. It's not terrible, is it? I got, I got my purple shit in here, and I got my little things in here. I usually have a messy inventory, so don't get used to it. Don't think we're getting our physique as high as we want it to be with this. But I can respec some of that, right? So I think I can go respec it if I want to. Yeah, okay, nothing for right now, but we'll get to it later. In the meantime, maybe I will... We'll start putting points into bloody pox. Yeah, let's do it. Put a point in there. Hang on. I've only got 2 points there. Point in there. I do want to get a point. I'll put 2 points in this for now. And then what's the plan? I can't put it on there, can I? No. I'll change this to bloody pox. Change pet attack to curse, and then change that to pet attack. I think that works. Like 5 doing characters, all your favorite builders hit pretty hard with the one-shot boss mechanics. Oh, but it was similar to get one to get some res, but it was then a little easier. The first Act 2 boss fucked me up. Oh man, the first Act 2 boss? Oh dear lord. The first Act 2 boss, that's the is that the what's it called? That's the one with the flamethrower, right? I think. I remember that thing fucking me up as well. And the last Act 2 boss. Oh my god. Oh, the Minotaur. Oh yeah. Sorry, I forgot. Oh yeah, hell yeah, that guy was a nightmare. Surprised you're not dumped all the mats and purples in the bank. Oh, because I've already put on the item filter. It's just easier to have them here, and you get so much inventory space. I love an ARPG that gives you extra inventory space over time. That's so underrated. That's so underrated, and I don't know why more of them don't do it. Because why not? You can play them with the build you liked while it was being updated, so each new run was like a different game. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Because if you haven't seen their recent stream, which went up today, they're doing so much for the next content update. It looks really good. Mrs. Ascension getting so much muscle seeing his mates to back him up. Absolutely, I know what you mean. Yeah. I'm going to change this around actually. Bloody pox on that one. Go back to putting curse on that because I like just being able to throw the curse on. I don't need the pox except for in some situations. But yeah, I love a good minion build clearly, hence why I'm playing a minion build. That's what I'm really looking forward to again in the next Path of Exile update. They just can't stop just winning with that game. Although this is the first game that's allowed me to do like a proper Zoomancer with Thorns, or Retaliation I think they call it in this game, don't they? Oh, let me out. I'm not sure what the function of these like rifts are, if there's any particular point to doing it, or if I'm just doing them for the XP, but nothing wrong with doing that. Wait, why do I only have 2 quests over here now? What? Weird, it's not showing all my quests. What's that about? You're about to watch it and then found this live stream. Your devotion to Sigrid Dawn held you away. Check it out while watching the stream. No worries, man. No worries. It's fucking long as hell. Well, it's now long, but it's so dense with information. Is that? No, it's not. Okay. It's so dense with information, but they're adding so much to the game that it's gonna be great. They're making a lot of quality of life improvements. It's like a solid hour of just straight small wins. Okay, I remember was there a little portal? I know there was a portal there, so I'll just head up to that portal. Get out of here. Just single fiend, what? Where are you going? I love how this really is just a little bit of a cult classic of a game, isn't it? Like playing this, I've had a few different people jump into the stream being like, fuck yeah, Grim Dawn. Like, you got some good luck. Thank you so much, Nick. Thank you. I appreciate it, man. Like, so many people love this game. It's so funny. Each quest has a checkbox in the list which determines if it shows on the main screen. Oh, thank you, Verza. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Because I think it'll show here, though. It doesn't. Okay, I lied to you. What? Oh, this keeps going deeper. Interesting. Okay. Thought this was going to take me out. Iron bits, chains, a revolver. Also an ARPG with guns. Like, never happens. Let's grab these. I am hopeful that with the introduction of Titan Quest 2 into the mix of ARPGs being developed, that grinding gear games might take some inspiration from it, you know? Because there's so much freedom and diversity in this game, and it's what makes it so good. I was saying, I think, in some of my other streams, that like this traditional ARPG feeling, I really miss this traditional ARPG feeling. Like, there's just so much more freedom. Decisions feel so impactful. And that's there in Path of Exile 2 for sure. And I think the support gem changes... Almost died there. I think the support gem changes they're making are going to go a long way towards that. Because as much as I like the changes we were talking about earlier, I think removing that is really opening up options again. As long as it's not, like, super oppressive. We'll see. We'll see on that one. What do we got over here? Do we have any special Void Leech? The bleed on him? Although the bleed is so low level right now, it's doing nothing. Oh, wait, hang on. Here we go. Who's this? Oh, who are you shooting at? Who's this guy up here? Bane... Bane Gargoth? Level 59, alright. He's melting pretty quick for having 500,000 health. I like the combat improvements in this game. Like I talk fondly about Titan Quest 1, but the combat in Titan Quest 1 it's a little on the rough side in comparison. Okay, we're pretty much done here. I just want to clear it out. I mean, competition in the market's always good, right? And I think grinding gear games they're very much self-aware enough to make use of that competition in a good way. I know we saw Blizzard try their best with that, but like their attempts at it were just straight ripping the what did they do? They just straight ripped the mechanics from Last Epoch and put that into their crafting system. It was so fucking funny. It was so funny. I remember because that was when I still was like paying semi-attention to that game. Shit, I actually have to find a way out of here. Okay. Pretty sure there was one right here. It was like the masterworking. I can't remember if it was Diablo or Last Epoch to call it masterworking though. Okay, please tell me this is the shit. Okay, there was a portal somewhere over here. I'm pretty sure there's a way out somewhere over here. But They should have given credit to 11th hour. They should have. They never were going to, though. They never were going to. It was like that extra tier of upgrades, like the tier 6 and then the master working on top of it. It was just so funny. But yeah, Blizzard's not going to do that. They're not going to give credit. Fuck, where the fuck is this? How do I get... I can probably just tell... No, I can't teleport out. Okay, where... There it is. Okay, thank God. I was going to say I'll be stuck in hell forever. But yeah, they should have given them some credit for sure. But who knows? Maybe they just had the same idea, Texas, you know? Maybe we're being too harsh on them. Letting our bias get the better of us. Okay, nothing, nowhere to go down there. I feel like this game's reputation system's a little... Actually, hang on. There's like a full thing here, isn't there? Oh, okay. So it impacts the spawns, hey? Extra spawns. Additional hero spawns. That's cool. Nemesis spawns. Okay, actually, I didn't respect the system enough. You got faction discounts. Yeah, wow, shit. I really didn't respect the system as much as I did. So this is the stuff modern ARPGs don't really include, right? You recently started playing Grim Dawn while waiting for the new Last Epoch season. Now I think I'll keep playing Grim Dawn a little longer. How about you, Verz? Have you played Path of Exile 2? Is that something that interests you? Or do you like the older style? I know a lot of people are turned off by the combat system in that game. They kind of went a little bit soulsy with it for some people's liking. The hell happened to that guy? Was that one of my minions? I don't know why that one just died. Grab that. Another obelisk. I could see myself playing this again after I finish it as well and doing a completely different build. Like I'm loving this build, but it is so passive. I'd love to do like a really active build in this game. You love PoE1, but recently your internet has been too bad for online gaming. 10% packet loss. Fuck, that's brutal. That's brutal. Where are you located? Like what country are you in? It's pretty rough to have that bad a connection these days, or is your ISP just kind of screwing you? Mine was, oh my god, my internet service provider was screwing me for the for the longest time without me realizing. I just kept thinking my router was the problem, and then suddenly one day there was a minor network upgrade near my house, and then suddenly it improved like drastically. And they kept and it pissed me off. I kept calling them being like, look, I've got problems, and they're like, oh, it's not us. It's definitely not us. And then suspiciously there's a minor upgrade a month later, and oh my god, it's fixed. What are the chances? But now that I've got a wide connection, I'm so happy. More your ISP problems. You might get 5. Oh, you might get... Fuck, you're gonna have to go cellular. That's fair. That's fair. 5G is pretty good if you're in a good location for it. It's not bad. I've got a friend who was on that for a while. Yeah, I kind of assumed it would be a bit rough, but they, yeah, they had good things to say. Oh, here we go. Must be getting close to... I don't think we're near the Necropolis yet, but we're getting close-ish. All right. That's that area fully cleared. We like exploring the whole map. Especially in this game with the devotion shrines and stuff. Okay, gates to the Necropolis. I like the environmental design here. I miss ARPGs that had this dark theme. I'm glad that we're starting to get back to that now. With some games, anyway. Like, we started getting too cartoony with looks, I think, in these RPGs. For a bit when you were desperate using phone hotspot, much more reliable, but not great bandwidth. Yeah. Yeah, it's a good solution when you have a problem for like, or if it's like a problem that's only lasting a day or so. But when it's, yeah, when it's full time, it's too much. Okay, so secure the inner Necropolis Rift Gate. Oh, okay, can't go through there. Good to know. A little bit of a maze. Also really like the level design, and Titan Quest and Titan Quest 2 do this very well too. The level design in these games is so unique. It's not just the entrance at one side, exit on the other, big circle in the middle, and you just move through. I like that it is more of a, you have to pay attention to the map and the layout of the actual world. It's the really small things, you know, that really make a game pop. That's a weird way of putting it, but I think it's maybe the best way to explain what I'm trying to say. It is those smaller details that make a game magical though. Obviously the core systems need to be good around it, but... And it's this shit. It's the relics, the trinkets, whatever these are called. It's the small touches. Got the item filter as well. Fucking the loot filter in game. I hate that more RPGs don't have a simple loot filter like this in game. And I'm kind of looking at Path of Exile with that statement, I'll be honest. For everything they have, they could afford to put in something like this. That's what I want to see in the next big update. That's what will get me going. Although, you know, Neversink's kind of filled that spot. It's not really been a massive issue. All things combined make for one great whole. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Because I'm like, that's always been Diablo's problem. Because I've definitely said this on stream before, so I'm repeating myself for a couple of you. But I've always, oh well, not so much anymore. But like Diablo 3, I really enjoyed Diablo 3. I did. It'll be a sin to some, and I'll accept that. If I have to go to hell for it, that's okay. I did enjoy Diablo 3 because the gameplay, they're very good at nailing decent ARPG gameplay. The problem is they don't flesh out that gameplay with enough options. But I've always found it always feels punchy. It always feels like responsive. The abilities generally feel pretty good. But then the problem is they'll give you like 5 options. Whereas other ARPGs like this and Path of Exile will give you like 50, you know? And it's hard to then look at it and say, well, you've done one thing right, but you've missed everything that makes the game great. You haven't put effort into the crafting. You haven't put effort into the world design. You haven't put effort into the, you know, into the trinkets that you can do, like the small touches, even the side missions. It's just generic. You're in a town, go do this. You know, there's nothing like that skeleton key where I fucked it up and can't do it today, so I got to come back. At least if I go to hell, I have the experience with all my ARPG fighting. Yeah. They'll send me down and I'll just start slaying all the demons. I'll literally be playing out the plot to Diablo 3. That's what my hell will be. I'll get so good at killing all the demons in hell, they'll send me to heaven. And then I'll just continue the slaughter. Just become unstoppable. Nah, I think my hell would just be being forced to play a Diablo for the rest of my life. It'd probably be something like that. It'd be, here is something you love, but it is done so poorly that you will not want to do it. Yeah, we'll go down here. Like, these are such big sprawling, like this stuff. It's such a big sprawling area. I love it. And it's funny because I had a similar chat with as I was talking about the other week with Grollo when we were talking about MMOs, where it is the small things that make the game feel alive, like actually having to travel between areas and and the world building actually engaging you and having to find people to do things with and actually get to that area instead of just teleporting from point A to point B. Like the process of moving through an area, as mundane as it sounds, is a gameplay feature. And if you simplify it too much, you're almost like, what's the point? You don't want to overcomplicate it, but this is the right amount of complicated where, you know, I couldn't get through that little hole because it was blocked. So, okay, I've got to work my way around. It's not hard, but the small moments of problem solving, they ground you in the world. You take those away and you're kind of just left with an amalgamation of just, you know, walking in a straight line, killing everything. Like giving players decisions to make is always a good idea, even if they are simple decisions. You know, how to get from point A to point B. It's mundane, but making that decision grounds you in the world. Sorry, I went on a fucking weird tangent with that one. Maybe a little bit over the top, but I think that's what a lot of I'm continuing with the topic. I think that's what a lot of like gaming executives and companies miss these days. They don't understand the importance of grounding the player in a world. You know, they're too focused on streamlining the experience to make it as palatable as possible for as many people as possible. And you end up with, I think I said this in the chat I had with Grollo, which I don't know when he's putting that out. I'll have to look into it. When you simplify everything over and over and over to make it palatable to everybody, you end up just making a shitty soup. And the way I described it was, you know, when you're a kid and you're coloring things in, right? Like you're sitting there playing with paints. And then as a kid, and this is what I think about, every kid has done this, right? Where you're sitting there playing with paint and then you mix them all together. Because in your mind, you're like, this is going to create something amazing. I'm going to create like a new color. You mix them all together and you just get a shit brown. That's what you get. You get a dog shit looking brown and you're like, oh, I just made a really mundane color. Okay. Nobody's favorite color is that. You're just like, whatever. But if you skillfully put a couple of different colors together in a couple of different ways, you end up with something that looks really good and really interesting. Might only appeal to a few people, but it's going to appeal more than just the soup that you've created. Yeah, immersion. Love the Grim Dawn maps because you can really get lost. Is this just a merchant? Oh, he's a what's he called? Oh, I really need to look into my relics actually. What equilibrium, ruination, sanctuary. What's rampage? The bleed damage might be good at some point. Although that's not doing a great deal for me, to be honest. The ruins. Do the ruins take the same slot? It's a metal. Oh, grants a skill. Becomes a ghost. Seismic strength. Leap towards the target. Vanish into thin air. Ram through your foes towards the target. Scorpion tail. I'm gonna have to look into this more. I've not paid enough attention to that system. Yeah, you're like using really lost. It's like you're in a world that wasn't made for your convenience. Yeah, exactly right. Like that's what's so important. Yeah, people absolutely underestimate immersion in games, in any type of game. They really do, and I can understand why. Because, you know, I tell you, I want to be immersed in this experience. It sounds like I'm just using corporate speak to try and get you to buy something, but it's so important. You know, I think classic WoW, as stupid as it sounds, is what really taught me that. Because having to like physically travel, having to travel between locations in game, like what an incredibly mundane experience that they've now fixed with like flying mounts and shit like that. Makes it a bit faster. but it makes you feel like you're in the world. Like when you're in Stormwind and then you have to go to like Westfall or to whatever the dwarf city is called or whatever. It feels like you're traveling. And then when you get there, you know, it's simple and basic, but you feel like you did that because you did do it. You didn't just hit a button and appear in the dwarf city. You spent the time to go over there, and it matters because, you know, other players have to do the same things. Oh, ruins are separate from components. Oh, you can have both. Okay. Thank you, Berza. And like I know what I mean. And when it grounds you in the world, it grounds other people in the world, which helps ground you in the world. And it's a bit of a cyclical relationship there. And because other people are grounded in the world and it regrounds you in the world, you then become more immersed and interested in what's going on in that world. Because, you know, other players, just like you, are traveling from point A to point B, gives you more opportunities for kind of player interaction. That's the conversation I had. I'm just repeating what at a certain point is going to be on YouTube. But like, that's what I was talking about with him around Ashes of Creation. It's like, I really hope, and they don't plan to, I really hope they don't implement too many quality of life features around travel. And from what I can tell, those devs understand that because they're not planning to. They plan to have some fast travel options, but they're going to be few and far between, and they're going to be tied to players progressing the in-game cities and stuff. What are they called? The nodes. And I like that because I think about New World and the fact that New World would let you teleport from place to place with a cost, but the cost wasn't really high enough. So at a certain point, you just started doing it, and then it really made the world feel smaller. Like, what's the point in creating a massive MMO? And now I'm kind of focused on MMOs, but even in ARPGs, what's the point in creating a massive world and then letting players just immediately appear wherever the fuck they want to appear? This kind of feels like it might be the right way to go. What is fighting over here? I also love this. Different factions fighting against each other. I really wish more games did that. Again, it comes back to the immersion that I can't get away from, but I love it. Hey, Harry, how you going? Problem is, there's a fine line between immersion and boredom. You stay away from most open world space games because they're insane travel times or having to spool up fast travel mechanics all the time. Yeah, no, that's fair. And like you said, it is a very fine line. And that's where I think a skilled game developer should know where that line is. An unskilled game developer will completely ignore the fact that that line exists, and they will just try to bulldoze their way through to whatever the fuck shit they're making, you know? So I think that, like, treading that fine line is where you really see great games be created. People that can't tread that line, I think, fall into kind of mediocrity pretty quick. So I think that's a good point. That's a good point. Like Baldur's Gate 3, right? Like, it's a great game because it really immerses you in the world. And it does that through the decision making, through the combat, through the story, just in so many different ways, through the small Easter eggs, through the small, like, interactions you can have with the world that have no bearing on anything, but they're important. And just through the freedom of options as well. Like, it's so many different things that come together, and so many developers just ignore it. Yeah, line for each individual. I understand what you see. Yeah. And you're right. The line is different for each individual, right? Yeah, it is absolutely. But you understand what I'm saying? Yeah. It's always personal preference as well. And that's also a problem. And I think that's, you know, we were talking about this a bit on Tuesday. That's what I think was going wrong with Path of Exile 2. I think there were a couple of individuals, and rightly so, they're the developers, but I think there were a couple of individuals at Grinding Gear Games that were really building Path of Exile 2 around the experience that was specific to them. Which is fine, but I think they were forgetting to understand that that line is very different for the player base and for the player base that isn't actively developing the game. So they have a very different understanding of the game compared to the developers. And I think we've seen with today's update that they've really come to understand that. What's this? Crypt entrance. Do I want to go in there now, or is that where I'm supposed to go? I assume that's just going to be a small location, so let's go in there. I'm obsessed with making sure I clear, like, every point as I go through. Alright. Sorry, taking a quick message. All right, let's clear out this crypt. What do we got? Oh shit. Okay, monsters leech health back with every attack. 400% of attack damage is converted to health. Okay. 400% is pretty insane, but I guess with the damage values at play, it's not that much of an issue. Saw the new PoE 2 vid and felt like Hawkeye. It's looking good though, right? Did you like what they're coming with the update, Harry? We were talking about it. We were talking about most of the stream, to be honest. I mean, we were saying Tuesday. I was not feeling like they were going to be able to pull off an update that was really going to grab me and interest me, but they've fucking done it. Like, so many quality of life improvements. So many small tweaks to existing systems that sound like just straight buffs. Looks awesome, but so did the shit from the version that dropped, so yeah. That's fair, that's fair. But what I kind of got was the feeling like they've listened to all of the complaints that came from the last update, right? It seems like they've really heard that and they've made attempts to fix it. Because my biggest complaint was the campaign does feel like a goddamn slog. It really feels like a slog. But so many of the quality of life improvements they're bringing out, you know, being able to use additional support gems as well. It really sounds like we're going to hit that point where it's going to feel good moving through the campaign. You know, you're going to have more options with these support gems. You're actually going to be able to buff more skills with the gems you have. And then at the end game, you'll be able to flesh out even more with the lineage stuff. That's the experience I'm kind of expecting. But I've not looked at the patch notes. So I'm not sure if maybe there was more discussed there, or I've not watched the Q&A. So there might be more that might change that opinion. But I do like that they seem to have overall landed on buffs. Because the game really needed some. Really needed some. Oh, the yeah, okay. I was wondering why my skeletons are dying quickly here. It's the retaliate. It's the leech and shit. Surviving a bit too long. Wait, how do I? Okay, I haven't got there yet. The sprint thing. So the sprint thing was like, why not just movement speed on all boots? But okay. Yeah, yeah. I was saying that earlier. I was saying they took away the Quicksilver flask, and now they've given you sprint. But I suppose at least you can have it on when you need it on. It seems like a good solution, but I'll have to see it in practice, right? But it does feel like you're gonna clear a pack, and then you're you're always just gonna be rolling into a sprint. Pack, roll into a sprint. Like I was just standing there, and then Spider's like, you know what? Now he's taking his hand off the mouse. 5 points to assign. I do, Texas. Thank you for that. Do I want to keep going for physique? I do think I want to put that on, but I do need 359. Yeah, we'll get there. Oh, I'll put. Actually, that's a good idea because this will. Yeah, oh, well, actually, I need the fucking points in there, don't I? Yeah, we'll do that for now. Another button to press and probably another resource to monitor. Oh, for what? For sprinting? No. Sprinting is just it's just the dodge roll button. You just got to hold it down. So you just hold down the roll, and when you come out of the roll, you'll be in a sprint. And there's no resource to sprinting. You can sprint as long as you want, but if you get hit, it knocks you down in the same way that in the same way over blocking knocks you down. Like if you block too long, you get knocked onto the floor. So if you're sprinting and an enemy hits you, you fall down. So I'm a bit worried about, you know, it'd be nice if it was 2 hits knock you down. I'm worried you might end up getting just like pinged by something and fall over, and that'll be annoying. But I mean, the purpose is to use it to backtrack if you need to, right? But I like the fact that you can just sprint. I do think that's good. I mean, maybe I'll end up with a similar build to this where I'm just running in circles. Holy shit. Yeah, those things are killing. Maybe I can just run around in circles in PoE 2 while my minions do the work. wouldn't mind trying out this damaging spell. Although it's definitely not got enough points in it for it to be good. Yeah, okay, it's whatever these pools are that are going down that are absolutely shredding my guys. Shred me? Oh yeah, it does, okay. Yep, it did. That actually sounds good. Not OP to skip content, but good for backtracking since the yeah, like I think honestly the sprint implementation, it kind of impressed me. I was surprised because it's not really a solution I thought of, but it does sound really good. It sounds like it's going to be just really useful when you need it, and semi-useful when you don't. Like maybe you're a bit far from a pack, so you just go for a little sprint. Because they were saying in the video, like if you, I've got to go that from that side. Like while you're sprinting, if you start casting an ability, it'll stop the sprint instantly. So it sounds like you'll just be able to sprint, see a pack, attack it, sprint, see a pack, attack it. You know, like it shouldn't be a problem. Hopefully. Don't stand to the red shit. Yeah, I was curious. All right, is that guy shooting? He is. Okay. Okay, level 59. Got him in the end. What do we got? Harbinger of Souls. I don't use that. Alright. Can I get out of here quickly, or am I better off just teleporting out? I don't think either is a good option. Let's teleport out. Oh, yeah, I didn't find that. Probably fine, though. Okay, devotion. Minion. Oh, no, is it pet? Pet, sorry. Crit damage and offensive ability. We got down here elemental resistance for pets. Elemental damage for pets might not be that bad, to be honest. It's not a terrible idea. Already got those. Okay, we don't really have that many other options right now, do we? What do we want to go for? Oh, fuck. Yeah, 50% bonus to damage is just a straight win. It's pretty good. 40% bonus. Some health. Chaos res. Is that 80? 80% damage, okay. Well, we need blue and green for that. What was this one down here? What were you... Oh, what are you going to give me? Give me more purple. I don't really need purple, do I? That'll give me one green. What was the crit damage? 2% bleed damage on pets. I don't even know if I have pets that are doing bleed damage, so I can't tell if that works or not. Acid and poison damage, health. That's 40% all. Acid and poison. This is the one I wanted. This is why I was trying to get green points. So what was this one? So completing this gives me green. What are my options here? Crackling will and flame and ice manifest itself at your command. Elemental damage. Yeah, that's the thing. Elemental is kind of whatever, right? You can't just get health from this, can you? Okay, health regeneration. 100 health, 100 energy. Although 100 health when I think my max is 5,000 seems a bit rough. Oh, I could just go 5. Wait, so what's 5? What's 5? 5% and... I should be doing this math bit quicker. So 5% of 1,000 is 50. How much health do I have? Okay. So I'd get like 250, almost 300. Yeah, repebbled over everything into pets. Yeah. That's what I was saying. I'm like, oh, what about, maybe we went for health, you know? Something a bit different. But yeah, I just can't decide what I really want out of this, to be honest. Like, elemental for resistance for pets isn't that bad. Elemental damage might not be a bad option either. Because I'm thinking elemental damage on my, like, my mages, that's pretty good. The problem is you can't select which minions you've got, so it's a bit, you know what, fuck it, I'm just going to put it, oh, I've got 2 points. Oh, well, there you go. Got the elemental damage. Didn't realize I had 2 of those ready to go. It'll help the skeletal mages. I assume, anyway. I'll be honest, I've not looked into it enough. Fuck, we really got to run. Okay, where's the best? Okay, we are just going straight. Oh, you know what I bought from the shops today? I am once again going to be having bacon and egg rolls for dinner, and I'm fucking keen. I don't know why I'm so obsessed with just eating bacon and eggs at the moment. Maybe it's because I've just, like, barely eaten them for ages. But I'm just so ready for just a nice bacon, egg, sauce, on a roll. Yes, I'm ready for it. What's your, like, comfort? Do you guys have, like, a comfort meal? Mine is not a bacon and egg roll, by the way. But do you have, like, a comfort meal? Don't forget the cheese. Oh, fuck. I didn't buy cheese. Shit. I think I have some, though, actually. That's a good point. Thank you, Texas. I do. I think I've got a block of cheese in the fridge. I'll have to double check. Like, I realized I was in the middle of saying what my comfort meal was. Like, for me, my comfort meal is probably... Why is this red? Anything? No, nothing for me? Okay. Like, if it's takeout, it's got to be just like a really... It's just really simple, just like good fried chicken. Like, that's just... My favorite meal is I'll just get like a fuckload of fried chicken and just fucking plow into it. Like that and a bit of mac and cheese, yeah. Although my partner's gone, Harry, my girlfriend. My girlfriend's got we were like buying these. I don't even know what I call it. We were buying these like chicken, like this breaded chicken with like sweet and sour sauce. But like buying some of that stuff, and it was so good, but it was so fucking expensive. So she tried her hand at making her own like breaded or breadcrumbed chicken, and she has started nailing it. Absolutely fucking nailing it. She's making some good fucking chicken now. I told her when she started making it, I'm like, if you nail this, I'm sorry, but that's gonna be your job from now on. That's just like, you can't come into this house, make good chicken, and then not expect that to just be your job for the rest of time. Fish and chips with cheese and gravy. Oh, cheese on fish and chips. I can see that. Oh fuck. Actually, I had to start thinking about that one. Yeah, fish and chips is a good one. Fish and chips, like, I don't really have a good fish and chip place near me. Maybe because I'm living in Australia and not England, obviously. But I just don't really have a great one near me. Because every now and then I get a real hankering. Okay. I get a real hankering for some good gravy melts the cheese. Oh, that does sound nice. I get a real hankering for some good fish and chips. And the last 2 times I've ordered fish and chips, one of them was near my mum's place, which is a good hour or so, not hour, like 40-minute drive from my place. And it made me so ill. I woke up in the middle. I felt so ill after eating this fish and chips that I woke up in the middle of the night because I was house sitting while she was overseas. I woke up in the middle of the night feeling so unwell that I went and just sat in the room with the toilet, just the toilet, the water closet, just like head on the wall, just praying that if I throw up, I'll be ready. And then it got to the point where I'm like, it's going to be out both ends. I'm sorry to be graphic. It's coming out both ends. So I'm like sitting there and I'm like, I just have to lay down in the shower. So at a certain point, I just went and lay on the shower floor. It's like 3 in the morning in my mum's goddamn house. I'm not even in my house. And I'm just laying in the shower on the floor. Go where someone near the coast, it'll be sorted. Actually, you're right. Most of the fish and chips place along the beach here, along the coast, are really good. Well, I've not been to one in ages. And then the time after that, I ordered fish and chips here, and it was just like stale. Such a disappointment. We will stop the cult. I've completely given up on listening to this story. I always do in ARPGs. I can't help myself. Destroy the northern blood wagon, destroy the eastern blood wagon, destroy the western one. Okay, so we're destroying all the blood wagons. Yeah, it needs to be fresh. Oh, it has to be fresh. So it was so disappointing too. It was like, why? Like, what do you just bulk cook your chips in the morning? Like, what are you doing? Chips, like, and it's like, it's fish and chips. It's fish and chips. It's not like the hardest thing. No worries, Harry. Have a good one, man. It's not the hardest thing to cook. Just cook it as you need it. You know, you're throwing it in a fryer. That's all you need to do. It seems like the easiest kind of fast food shop to run a fish and chip place. You know, you kind of just need what you need. You know what? Another fish and chip story. The last time I was in England with my brother, or my half brother, not that it matters, but either way, I don't know why I always clarify that for no particular reason. We were in England, staying with my dad and my grandparents. When was this? God, when was this? This was so long ago. I don't even remember when it was exactly. It was that long ago. I'm gonna say it was somewhere like 2014, something like that. And me and my brother are there. And to understand this story, you need to understand that my father, who I love dearly, is one of the stingiest people in the world. I may have said this before. I've been told by his friends when I've met them in England that when he was young and they used to go to the pub together, if he'd open his wallet, they'd all sit there and start like clapping because they were killing the moths that came out of his wallet because he never fucking opened the thing. And as you might expect, he learned most of that behavior from my grandparents, which is fine. You know, probably lived through a different era, very stingy. So I remember we were there and and we were having lunch and they're like, oh yeah, we're just gonna do some like some tuna rolls or some tuna like rolls and something else. And I was like, oh fuck, okay, that doesn't sound fantastic, but you know, I'm in somebody's house, in my grandparents' house. If they're gonna feed me, they're gonna feed me. And they came out and it was like they gave me and my brother this plate, right? And it was a plate with like canned tuna that had just been dumped onto the plate. It was like frugal. You're right. Thank you, Texas. Frugal is a kind of word. It was just tuna dumped on a plate. I think it was corn that had clearly come out of a can. And then it was just a roll. And I remember I got handed the plate and I just kind of like looked towards my brother and he like looked at me and we were both just like, what are we doing? So I can't remember what we did. We made some excuse, excused ourselves to another room to eat our food. And then we quickly stashed it, you know, waited a little while. And then we're like, hey, we're just going to go for a walk. You know, it's a nice day. We're going to walk around the town. You know, we hadn't been there for ages. Like, we're just going to have a look around. You know, we've not been here for a while. Fucking walked like 2 minutes down the road, ordered some fish and chips. We just left, ordered a bunch of fish and chips, and we were like, yeah, no, fuck that. What the fuck was that? Like, and I don't like tuna, and they know this. They know this too. Everyone, like, my family know I don't like just cold tuna out of a can. It's just. But my dad's always been like that. I don't know why. Again, maybe it's the frugal nature. But like, I remember as a kid, he used to make curries, and he used to make a damn good green curry. The crypt is sealed by the cult, sigil empowered nearby blood wagons. Okay. He used to make a really good green curry, but he would always try to hide mushroom in it. I don't know why. I don't like mushrooms. I'm not a big fan of tomato, and I'm not a big fan of cooked cold tuna. I don't mind a tuna melt, to be honest. My mom used to make a really good tuna melt. If the tuna's warm, I quite like it, but I don't like cold tuna out of a can. But no matter what, every time I was with my dad, it was like, all right, here's the green curry. And I'm like, is there mushroom in this? And he's like, no, sure, no. There's no mushroom in this. And then I'd be sitting there just, I'd be sitting there just picking it out of my food. Who doesn't like tomatoes? Hey, look, I'm a child. I don't like tomatoes. I know it's a meme, but I'll tell you what, I don't like them. I don't mind tomato-based things, but something about just I think it's the texture. I'm just not a big fan of the texture of tomatoes. Like, it's just, ugh. Mushrooms are awesome, but I can understand not liking mushrooms, even though I don't agree with it. But tomatoes, that's insanity. Yeah, no, I can't stand tomatoes. Can't stand them. But children love tomatoes too. Nah, not having it. You can't convince me. Not good. Although, as I'm growing, because I know your taste buds change a bit over time, right? I have been thinking I should really, you know, give a lot of these things a go. Like, I should try, next time I go somewhere nice, I should order like a good mushroom risotto or something and just give it a shot. Maybe even tomatoes. Maybe I should be doing that. But I think I was so, I don't want to say, I was so traumatized by that experience. Oh, what do we got here? 3 to summon Blightfiend. Is Blightfiend the one I was talking about potentially going for? It is. We lose 2 points in Master of Death. But got a lot more health. I think I like these gloves. What's Master of Death? I believe that's this one. No. Okay, it's not those. Is it any of these? Not any of these, is it? Just want to see if I'm... No. Yeah, perfect. That's a good upgrade then. Straight upgrade. And what else we got? Vitality damage. Gives me points to Undead Crew and Ember Claw. Actually, Undead Crew. Is that what it was called? It was called Undead Crew, is that right? I didn't just make that up, did I? It was Undead Legion. I am Undead Legion and Ember Claw. What the fuck am I talking about? That's Undead Legion. And then Ember Claw is going to be this, right? Yeah. So I lose... Oh, this will replace the gloves I literally just put on. 20... I think 107 vitality damage. Do I even have any pets doing vitality damage? I'll take these and hang on to them and double check that later. Throw these in here as well. That's kind of my just stash for shit I might use. Wait, hang on, what's that? Go in here. Sorry, you guys are talking about food now. Carrots and tomatoes, one of the first things they learn to like. With a little salt and black pepper, so good. If you eat supermarket potatoes, then that would explain it. Those are horrible. Buy from a farmer's market. If you... Okay, so maybe that's the problem. Maybe I've just had too many bad tomatoes. I don't know. Okay. $400 scrap. Fucking... Sorry, 40 scrap. Well, not 400 scrap. 40 scrap. I have 90 scrap. Preventing access to another section. It must be restored before you can access it. Yeah, okay. I quite like that mechanic too. I like how this game just has areas you need to repair. That's a big old rift. But yeah, like next time I'll try to commit to this. Next time I'm at a good restaurant or somewhere, if they have a dish that has mushrooms and stuff, I'll give it a go. Challenge my thinking. And if it's terrible, I'm coming back for you. I want you to know that. I swear to God, if I go somewhere and have a bad meal. Hey, Big Bay, how you going? Good to see you. Welcome. I don't know if this is one of those, but I'll say 10. But and only buy cherry tomatoes. Interesting. Why cherry tomatoes? What's wrong with normal tomatoes, Fufu? What do you got against normal tomatoes? Make a great mushroom stroganoff. Okay. Okay. I love the slow walk of these just giant defilers. Just burning up in my in all my boys. But I'm starving at the moment. I don't know why. It's too early for dinner as well. Way too early. Gotta say though, I think I told you guys at some point, I've like uninstalled Uber Eats on my phone entirely because I got tired of them fucking me around. And to be fair, I said in one of my support tickets that if they didn't respond to me, I was gonna be uninstalling it and unsubscribing. And then they called my bluff, and I'm like, all right, here we go, doing it. Actually pushed me to the edge, and it was the best decision I've made. So glad I'm not fucking ordering on Uber Eats constantly anymore because I was doing it way too much. Tomatoes should be slightly sweet and acidic and ripe, and supermarket tomatoes are just sour and hard because they don't let them ripen properly and they freeze them. See, that's probably it. Because yeah, I've never eaten a tomato and thought, oh, this is nice and sweet and acidic. For whatever reason, cherry tomatoes don't suffer from that. Okay, that's good to know. Who was talking about supermarket tomatoes? Okay, yeah. Makes sense. All right, I'll have to try some cherry tomatoes sometime. What level is stuff in here? 58. Okay. Yeah, okay. No, that's fair. That's fair. Clearly, I'm not a tomato connoisseur, you know? Is there, like, specific mushrooms you would recommend? Like, are there specific mushrooms that you like? Buy homegrown tomatoes of any kind. This should be good. Okay. Alright, next time I see somebody selling homegrown tomatoes. Oh, okay. I'm glad I came in here. I didn't realize they had some of these. I love this, what are these called again? The shrines. I do like the shrine system in this game. Really encourages exploration without being like over the top. The best tomatoes are fresh picked from the vine, cut open with a little salt and black pepper. Okay. You guys are really going hard on the tomatoes. Are they that good, or are you fucking with me? Like, I'm getting to the point where I'm like, it feels like I'm missing out here. Like all mushrooms. You like all mushrooms. Why would it gross you out the least? It's good. It's always good advice. You eat them fresh, uncooked. Oh. Except shiitake mushrooms just go straight through. They're that good. Look at me becoming an adult at 32, you know? Getting there eventually. You're dropping for me. Not good. Like eating meat in mushroom form. Shiitake mushrooms? Okay. Every now and then I see like weird, you know how you see weird cooking videos when you're not even looking for them. Like I think it's called like a lion's mane mushroom, and they cook it like a steak. That thing looked interesting. I was kind of curious about those. Okay, so there is a one on the little appendage on this side of the map. There's one of the rifts out. Okay. But they don't like you. Hey, there's a level up. Yeah, I'll keep putting points into physique because I do want to wear this. I think that'll be a good upgrade for us. Okay, we have this now, but I love this one. 26 out of 16. How nuts are my skeletons? That's just that's crazy. Oh, what am I putting points into? Oh, actually, I could give them more health. Just buffing minion health right now wouldn't be the worst decision. And then maybe the heal from my my Raven. Put a point in that. What does this do? Oh, we'll give the Hellhound the fire belch ability too. Alright, back this way. All right, easy as. This too, I like the treacherous domain, cooldown reduction, chaos damage. Oh, they're also converting fucking everything to leech. Why not? Oh, I can't remember if I told you, Fufu. I finished Andor. So good. Really, really glad I watched that show. I thought some of the pacing in the second season at the start was maybe a little bit slow, but like that's my biggest gripe with it. Really enjoyed it. I want to have more. I've already said it before. I want them to make more stories like that where they're just grounded. Well, not really grounded, I suppose. It's still quite quite intense, but it's not, you know, it's not really focused on like the Jedis and stuff. Some of the acting in that show, yeah. I agree. Oh wait, I didn't put this in, did I? No, I did not. What was I doing again? I was doing this one. Crackling will in place, flame and ice manifest itself at your command. Probably not going to use that, to be honest. Oh, that's right. You like attach this to things, right? That one's in use. What if if I put it on these? How does that work? Hang on. Crackling will of flame and ice manifests itself at your command. 25% chance on an attack. So if I attach this to my familiar, does that mean my familiar is casting it, or is it cast when I cast my familiar? Let's see. I mean, we'll either see it or we won't. Familiars use the skill you attach. Oh, okay. So minions will use it. So maybe in that case, I'm better off putting that instead. Maybe on the Hellhound. They use the skill on cooldown. Okay, sweet. Sweet. Thank you. I quite like that. Oh, yeah, there it is. There it is. Again, something you don't get from most games. Like, how insane is Grim Dawn that it lets you do all of this for a minion build? For a minion build? All of this? Like, so much customization. I'll clear out this little section and we'll go down there. What's over here, hey? And Senator What's-Her-Face's speech, just monologues in general for some reason. Anna has a bunch of great monologues. Really, really good monologue. So good. Yeah, I know the speech you're talking about. It was such a good speech. Oh, man. Such a good show. So good. So good. So, like, randomly unique as well for what it is. Because I know it ties, like, straight into the... I was wondering what these guys are doing. Tying straight into Rogue One, I assume. Like Nemic's Manifesto, Mum's Freedom, yeah. Lutheran Sacrifice speech. Just, yeah, oh my god. Such good characters. So we can go in the crypt now. Alright. Stop the summoning of Loghorn. Alright, I'll be one tick. Just gonna grab another drink, guys. If you're low on coffee, now's your chance. Sorry about that. Came back and immediately spilled my goddamn drink on my desk. Yeah, the prison guy's speech one way out. Oh, need to watch Person of Interest. Okay, I'm gonna write that down right now because I'm dying for something to watch at the moment. Yeah, my partner and I feel like we've kind of finished so much of what, you know, we were gonna watch. Person of Interest. And there were a couple of other shows that I wanted to start, but like I can't find on fucking any of the fucking. I'm dead. This is definitely a joke. Definitely a joke. I am thinking about pirating films again. TV. Never did, of course, because it's a joke. Would never have done that. But, you know, piracy's looking like a great option. Because I went to watch The Expanse the other day. Because I've always heard good things about The Expanse. I don't think it's like insanely highly rated, but I was like, I'm looking for a good space show. Especially off the back of watching a lot of Stargate. I'm kind of keen for another space show. And then I went to, because I've got my Amazon Prime subscription. I went there and they don't have like seasons 1 and 2, but they have seasons like 3 and 4 or 5 or some shit like that, at least in Australia. And it's like, what do I do with this? What do I do with this information? Why do I pay you? Like, what is this? It's pretty good. You remember liking it. It's a time when TV wasn't 100% non-stop slop. Maybe you judged it too harshly. It was good later on. I feel things ring true for the way the world is, yeah. You pirate things just to spite companies. I don't even watch them, just pirate them for the game of it. It's been like a little bit of a meme. I keep seeing it pop up at the moment. Have you heard about the guy that just buys anvils, like 110-pound anvils from Amazon and then returns them? Oh, it's so fucking funny. And he just uses his Amazon Prime subscription because he has it, so it doesn't cost him anything. It's so stupid. I've got crossbones paint on the outside of your apartment, flags flying. Yeah, I think I'm probably gonna have to start going back that way, to be honest. Like, it's it's ridiculous because I've got all these fucking subscriptions and like so many it's weird how many shows, and it might be more a symptom of living in Australia and like the stupid rights to different TV shows being different down here. Because trying to Google like, oh, where can I watch X thing is so hard to do from Australia. Because it's always like, oh, this show is available on Netflix, but it's like the US Netflix or, you know, something like that. And then I just don't have it. And yeah, going to Amazon, it's like, I want to watch this show. Oh, we have like 2 of 5 seasons available, and it's season like 2 and 3. And you're like, why? Why would different seasons of the show be in different locations? Like, what are we doing? Pirating's literally a moral good we've reached at this point. It really is. It really fucking is, isn't it? Because it's just embarrassing how badly like corporations have messed up a good thing. All because they're chasing year after year profits. Like, it's just crazy. And I don't understand how these companies go from, like, you think about Arizona iced tea, right? Like, that's the meme that never costs more than $1 in the US anyway. Obviously, it doesn't extend over here, and I'm probably not to Europe either. But I always see them raise the pinnacle of, like, they can sell a drink for $1 and have done so for, like, decades. But Netflix can't survive charging people $15 a month. They've now got to bump it up to fucking $28 a month. What, are you fucking serious? You can't tell me they can't survive. Do it like we're doing a business that worked a couple of years ago on $15 a month. Why would it have doubled? Sorry, we're heading into a capitalistic rant. I can feeling it. It's going the same way as Uber Eats. I'm just going to get to the point where I just fucking stop doing it. Like, it got like an entire generation off of pirating. Everyone I know used to pirate TV, especially in Australia as well, because it was so hard to get things. Certain things weren't available. It was just a nightmare. And then streaming came out. And it was like, all right, we don't need to do anything now. $10 a month, and I don't have to fuck around with that shit anymore. Now it's like 28, and then half of the seasons aren't there. Or in Australia, like, there was a show my partner, or my girlfriend really likes, Abbott Elementary. Just like a little, it's not a sitcom, like, yeah, a little comedy show. And it's like, it started releasing episodes in the US and she was so excited. And they just weren't in Australia. Anywhere. Just anywhere. And it's like, and then like 2 months later, they start coming out in Australia. And it's like, what are you talking about? What? What? Like, we live in a connected world. We live in a world where I'm talking to a motherfucker from Romania and another one from, sorry, I called you a motherfucker, and another one from the UK. I know that shit's releasing. Why not release it in the same place? It doesn't make sense. As proven by Rossman as well. It's fucking eyes, you see the difference. Oh, sorry, Netflix doesn't even stream the quality you pay for, as proven by Rossman. Yeah, exactly. Just like, how hard is it? How hard is it to just sell the product? Because it's a product that makes so much sense. Like I was saying, it got an entire generation away from pirating. And then they fucked it up. And the problem is, once they fuck it up so badly that people start going back to pirating, they're going to go downhill so quick. Maybe that's why they're raising prices so much, because they are losing so much market share. But like, you've only got yourself to blame. It's the Blizzard syndrome. Oh my god, all of those were so big. What the fuck? It's like Blizzard to a T. They have all of the best franchises. All of the franchises that our generations love from back in the day. The Diablo, the World of Warcraft, StarCraft, and then they just killed them all. Like, you have everything you need to succeed for like the next 100 years, and you've killed it. When they killed password sharing, that was a big one. That was a big one, especially because they had encouraged it for a long time. You know, there was always the meme around, oh, you're sharing your password, ha ha ha, you know. Even Netflix were tweeting about it and laughing about it back when corporations were trying to be buddy-buddy with everyone on social media. And then they come around and they fuck it up. Obviously, they did the math and realized that probably, like, you know, every second account was sharing across like 2 or 3 households. And that is, you know, 2 or 3 subscriptions they're losing. But again, you set this up. You should have known that was going to be the case when you implemented it. Why change it later? It's not purely Netflix's fault, because every other major company out there tried to screw them over with licensing. But yeah, they played it horribly too. Yeah, they just have to stop existing. Yeah, like that's it. There would have been a lot of corporate bullshit. But it's just like, come on, guys. It's not that hard. You don't have to fuck it up this hard. This is exactly how my chat with Grollo went, by the way. I'll have to reach out to him. I'm not sure when he's planning to put that up, or if I assume he'll tell me before he does. He said he would. I'll have to reach back out to him, because this is exactly how the chat with him started. Like, we started talking about games, and then I was like, the fucking industry. They fucked it all up, you see? They fucked it up. It's the corporations, Grollo. It's the corporations, you see. he kept sitting there, and I hope it went well. I really hope the discussion went well, because I feel like at certain points, like, I would go on a rant for ages, and then he'd be like, yeah, no, I completely agree, and then we'd move on. And at the time, I'm like, oh yeah, okay, nice, he agrees. But then I was like, is he just trying to shut me up? Yeah, he's been putting up different ones. He did mention to me that he had a few to go up. I'm just not that good at stacking content. So it's different for me to see somebody having all of this stuff ready to go, where I'm just like, week after week, I'm like, all right, what am I doing now, boys? Where are we going with this one? What's this week's flavor? He'll get to mine. I'm not worried he's like hiding it, but it's just funny. Because yeah, I just kept ranting. The fuck was that noise? Cheryling with this up. Oh yeah, I will do. I'll do the same thing I did when I was on Talkative Tries, little podcasty thing. If he's happy with it, I'll just upload it to my channel as well, like a week or 2 later, whatever he wants to do. If he's happy, otherwise I'll flick you the link. Oh, well, I'll flick you the link when it comes out anyway, so you can watch it on his. Because it was a good chat. And it did make me want to try Star Season. You on with Try? Ages ago, yeah. Back when Path of Exile 2, just after it first came out. I think it was like the week after it came out, we did a chat together. It's on my channel somewhere as well. Like, I uploaded it to my channel too. I'm pretty confident it was the week after the game came out. And we were both frothing over the game. We were both frothing over it, as you can imagine. So it's a chat of just two men just absolutely losing their shit over this video game. Which, to be fair, is my life in general, so I'm kind of okay. You've been tempted by Star Citizen for ages, but it needs more time in the oven. Like 10 plus years. I'll have a look. You like hearing me rant? The one with Try wasn't so much of a rant, but the one with Grollo, I definitely ranted a bit in that. But yeah, the talk with Try was a good one. Like, we were both talking about what we loved about the game. But it probably hasn't aged as well, you know, because it was right when the game released and everything was super exciting. But yeah, like the way you talked about Star Citizen, like Star Citizen has always been a game that I look at and I'm like, this seems right up my alley. It seems right up my alley. Yeah, I know it needs another. He was saying the same thing. Like he said, it's a great concept, but it's been, I don't think he said mismanaged. I don't want to put words in his mouth. I mean, you'll see it anyway. Like, yeah, there's a lot of core systems they haven't yet implemented, I think is what he was saying. So there's a lot of things in the game that are there, but they don't necessarily interact as well as they should with other systems, you know? Alright, when Try was a frothing mess drilling over the game. And look, I was the same at the time, you know? That was right when you unsubbed from him. Ah. But I know what you mean. I love Try. I love what he's going for. His style of content just doesn't really align with what I'm after, you know? Rollo's a Star Citizen idealist, bless him, but it'll take a lot to realize that perfect utopian vision. He is. You can tell he's holding out for it, but I think he's hopefully optimistic, you know? I think he knows the issues with it for sure. But yeah, after chatting to him, I did look it up, and I might at one point jump in the future just to try it out, see what it's like. But you know, got Path of Exile 2, Ashes of Creation. So once those things run their course, maybe I'll look at doing like a couple of Star Citizen streams or something. We can check it out. I'm just not a big fan of the fact that ships are tied to real world money, right? Like, I'm not a big fan of that. Like, my kind of worry about it is like is Star Citizen just pay to win? Like, I don't know. But not before Squadron 42. Yeah, Squadron 42 interested me too. That sounds like because that's like the FPS set in that world, right? Yeah, I used, like, going back to what I was saying before about Try. I used to watch a lot of Try's video. Well, I used to sometimes watch Try's videos. I can't really do the positive persona. You know, I can't really vibe with that persona constantly. Oh, because right now it's just pay to it. Yeah, okay. Everyone hates that. In the finished game, it should no longer be the case, but that's right. Because right now everyone hates it. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, I'll try it at some point. Fuck me. Like, the pay to win stuff, though. The pay to win stuff is what... Oh, hang on. I don't want to fight him yet. Let's clear out this area here. Like, the pay to win stuff. Oh. You know, like, being able to buy ships, being able to do all that, it's just... It just kind of sucks. Especially because you can lose it, right? So you can pay for it. Oh, no, I think I remember seeing there was insurance for, like, a certain amount of days. Yeah, it breaks, funnily enough, going back to the immersion conversation, it breaks the immersion, right? Like, if I'm flying around with a ship and then I see a guy with the next upgraded ship that costs, you know, another $100, I'm just going to be like, okay. They said they'd stop selling ships after 1.0 because they only do this for financing. I believe them when I see it. Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, it's that's absolutely one of those corporate lies that are like, come on, you know, what are you talking about? Come on. Like, plenty of games make it through development without needing to do that, don't they? Come on. But yeah, I think Rollo. Again, I don't want to put words in his mouth. Excuse me, words in his mouth. But I think he did kind of agree that it's been mismanaged a bit. Okay, I missed a bit of a spot over there, but do I care? I don't think I care. Nah, I don't care. You believe their intention, but it's hard to stare $1 billion in the eyes and say no. Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah. And look, that could completely change if they have a change in leadership. They bring somebody else on. They bring in a new executive to run the project after it's complete, and they say, "Fucking jack it up." Hey, Harry, good to see you, man. Good to see you again, rather. So, like, all of that stuff can immediately just fall apart, can't it? You know, there's no avoiding that. God, that guy is chunking my boys. Got through him, though. How many millions have they taken in backing so far? Is it? It's not really around 1 billion, is it? It's not that much, is it? Oh my god, less last time you looked, but it's getting there. Fuck me, have they really? Yeah. That's pretty insane. Damage to all pets. No, I can't want that. It's a crypt entrance, and there's another fucking chthonic rift. Okay. Got to do these because there might be a shrine in here, right? Oh. It just takes me outside. Okay, can I go back to where I was? Okay. Yeah, they've been in development ages. I think I said to him in the chat we had that. Hello. Blocked by powerful presence. Oh fucking hell! What is this thing? My god, it is the angriest motherfucker. I mean, if you look like that, you can't be too pleased. I mean, the funny thing about the build is I don't have much to do but just kind of hang out. I was hoping to see... Oh, I wanted to see how much health it had, but I can't really get close enough. Voidorus open up around the chamber, consuming... Okay. Around there, talking about the space game. Yeah, talking about like, what's it called? Just talking about it. Star Citizen. Yeah. I had a chat with a MMO YouTuber like recently, a guy called Grollo. So I'm going to be on one of his episodes of like talking about MMOs and shit. We were talking about Star Citizen on that and how like insane the scope of the game is and how long it's been out and the struggles they've had actually completing the game. Because of just the amount of scope creep that's been in that, you know. That mob has a sus mouth. I was avoiding saying it, Harry. But I agree. That thing was it had a look. Minute access elite difficulty. Okay, it's cool. And ultimate difficulty. Don't care about that. See, increasing my retaliation damage would be cool, but I don't want to lose the points. Oh, here we go. So funny, because I don't have Summon Blight Fiend on at the moment as well. Oh, that requires a physique, does it? Where was that? 430 physique. Oof. Okay, not sure we're going to reach that. Alright. How we go? At this stage, I think it's fair to call it a scam. It's not inconceivable. It's not a scam. It's just the most ambitious project ever. Yeah, it's like it's. I think I saw, funnily enough, at fort. Okay, we'll go to the fort. I think it was a clip of what's his name. Oh, I can't remember his name. He's like an older streamer or whatever. Talking about it because yeah, it's like. A scam by definition is a little bit different to what they are. It's just it's just been a mismanaged project, right? Like, it's kind of sad, but that's what that's what it is. So they weren't necessarily trying to scam, but it's turned into just a horrible mess of a program. Is unreal. At this point, I blame the player. At this point, you blame the players. Yes, Star Citizen. Yeah. I mean, it also annoys me that they started working on Squadron 42. Like, you can't fucking... It's the same thing with Tarkov. Like, you've got a game, you've been getting player funding to fucking finish the thing, and then you start making something else to make more money? Go fuck yourself. What are you talking about?
So
The beast's been banished.
Of triumph is soured with tragedy. The cult's defeat at the Necropolis marks humanity's first major victory in this conflict, proving that we are not going to simply lie down and let ourselves
Cannot
be
forget
wiped
those who
out by
sacrificed.
fiends and
Brave men and women of
spirits.
the Black Legion took up the arms of
Word of this victory
defense.
will spread.
I refuse to count Olgrim about the day I died. I owe him that much.
This nightmare
Could I use
will
your help?
truly-
How can I help? Oh. Okay, cutscene. The game is playable, it's just early access. Yeah, the super meshing they're trying to pull off is basically black magic.
This is too dangerous. Need to find another way.
The rift gate! Something's coming through!
Inquisitor Creed. Devil's Crossing was attacked.
Take it easy, John. What's happened?
Some new kind of Ethereal. Just smashed right through our defenses. We need reinforcements. We're in bad shape.
I'll send help, but I can't spare much. We're equally pressed here. The loss of Algrim to the Void may be more serious than you realize.
Ulgrim is dead, Creed. You must know that. My people need help now. We won't
I like the quick
survive another
zoom.
attack.
John,
It came from Malmoth. That thing that attacked Devil's Crossing. I escaped the city with a small group 2 weeks ago. Most died crossing the burning fields. My father was pulled into the bog by cannibals. I had to leave him. I was the only one who made it to Devil's Crossing. Malmoth has been a living nightmare since the Grim Dawn. I was
like the
part of
animation
resistance
style.
there, if you can call it that. The Ethereals toyed with us, as if we ever had a chance. They let us fight on because they needed us. Needed our bodies for the grotesque things they make deep beneath the city. You think you're safe here, behind your stone walls. But those things from Malmoth will keep coming, and they will find you. And no fortress will ever be able to save you.
a chilling tale indeed. In our fight against the Chthonians, we've overlooked a growing ethereal threat. We must find Ulgrim. But maybe we can aid Malmoth at the same time.
He's really obsessed with Olgrim,
We've
isn't
already
he?
done a great deal, but we must ask for your help once again. We need you to strike at the heart of the ethereal invasion, far to the east, in the ruined city of Malmoth.
Right. You don't hate it, but not really fitting in a game that looks like Grim Dawn. But cheap, so hey, you do your game. yeah, they probably had like a budget there to hit right. And yeah, imagine the meetings. No way that will ever work. Should have worked. Yeah, I always think like it can't be that hard, especially over 10 years, to kind of run a program efficiently. But then, you know, some experience with my recent manager. Yeah, some people are just a little bit
Good,
clueless.
you're back. I struggle to admit this.
Would you have
I see
mind?
the Luminari have long been aware of it.
I'll head there right away. What are these? A keepsake from Ulgrim. And why did I keep these gloves? Oh yeah, I was curious if I should use them. Well, I'm not using Blightfiend at all, actually. Gonna lose some health. Get more vitality damage. Doesn't do a great deal for me. Yeah, it's an upgrade. Let's put them on. Yep, that works. You're gonna sell shit too.
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left.
The last thing looks sick. He got you at the end, Harry. Okay, sell all of that. Still need more physique. We don't have any points to put in there. What else we got?
Excuse
People are
me,
so fast
could I
blaming
have a
incompetence.
moment of
Life
your
taught me
time?
that sometimes it's getting... Yeah. Oh, yeah. It could have been that too. It could have been the greed just overtook them entirely. Yeah, I could see that too. But at that point, like, wouldn't you want to finish the game? Because like, if Star Citizen was complete, that would get so much fucking free press. Like, they wouldn't have to do any advertising. All they would have to do is say, hey, boys, Star Citizen's done. And the whole internet will be set on fire. The whole gaming side of the internet, anyway. So I think there's a lot of incentive there for them to just finish the goddamn thing. You know? Where am I going? Find Garrett Torvin in Gloomwald? Really should have paid attention to some of these, shouldn't I, you think? Okay, let's have a quick look. They're selling spaceships. Why risk moving on? True, because Fufu was saying they've stated that they'll stop selling after a release. That's a good point. They didn't purely do it for the money. They were prototyping new tech to add to Star Citizen, but that's turned into a mess of its own. Ah, yeah. Voice acting, we have it. What of it? Okay, where are we going? So Lost Father. So Gloomwald. Certain measures. Destroy the ethereal bead leading out of the Bewitched Estates. Okay, I know where that is. It will be great is safer than... Isn't it great? That's a good point. So it's back here, Bewitched Village. I think this is where I need to go to get there. Because then, pretty sure... Is it there, maybe? Might be. Oh, I think there. I think we have to go over there. Alright. That's a good point. Although at a certain point, like, come on. Just fucking release the damn thing. Not I've played it, but yeah, at some point I'd like to give it a go. I'll see what like the cheapest version of the game is and maybe try it sometime. Just out of morbid curiosity, you know? And potential at maybe a fun game along the way. Oh, I see. Blocked me. Oh, we can go around. But hey, I'm still holding out hope for Ashes. That's where I'm putting my chips. Love it or hate it, that's what I'm praying for. So the ethereals are barred the way north from Bewitch, likely to stop anyone attempting to flee. The Incruder's Creed pendant, you should be able to dissipate it. Purge the barrier. Alright. It looks like arse, just like any other game stuck in development for years. What, Star Citizen or Ashes of Creation? Second right. Oh, I might just have to take one of these at some point. I mean, 15% to all bonus pet damage probably isn't doing that much for me. The extra armor and defenses might be better. Oh, I'm surviving enough. I'm not dying that much. Yeah, you mean Ashes? Yeah? I kind of see where you're at. I mean, a lot of people still think that game is a scam too for some reason. Rid card of 25,000 monsters. I thought the amount of progress they made during Alpha 2, I thought was pretty decent. Like, they added a fair chunk of content to that game through the second phase. To be fair, Star Citizen doesn't look that bad. It looks clunky. It does look a bit clunky, yeah. Although I've definitely not looked into it enough to have much of an opinion, to be honest. No more tune. Nah, that was what a fucking disappointment. Like, I mean, to be fair, enjoyed my time with it. Had a good enough experience. Don't necessarily regret buying it. It's just what a waste of potential. Like, if they just spent 6 more months working on that game, I'd still be, well, maybe I'd still be playing it. Questionable, I suppose, at this point, because it's been a couple of months. Great rants, yeah. Just fucking I saw some article pop up the other day, or some notification on my phone saying that the creative director had apologized for the recent like lack of communication because part of the dev team were on state mandated holiday or something. And I'm like, where the fuck do your developers live that their state mandated holidays were that long and that intense? What are you talking about? I don't know where they're based, but I was just like, I mean, the fucking creative director's Australian. I'm like, I know what the state mandated holidays are here, but I assume he's not living in Australia. Try it out in another year or two. I probably will. I try back in prison. Maybe. I'll definitely try it out. Like, if they have a big content release, I mean, I think I bought the one with the season pass or whatever the fuck it is, so I should get the next content DLC update for free anyway. So I'd give it a try. But the problem is, they, again, like everything, it was just under fucking baked. Like, great concept. Great first, like, 20, 30 hours. Incredible survival game. They built such a good survival game. And then they just did nothing with the end game and expected people to play it long term. Oh, that's what I was reading. Yeah, and I was reading some forum or some Reddit posts of people talking about how like there's barely anyone on any of their servers now. Like the server, like they're at the point now where they've hemorrhaged so many players, they're struggling to keep server populations alive, and that's the death of a game like that because they rushed it, man. Yeah, so I'm saying try it out in a year or two. Oh yeah, not in the first, okay, because that'll be in a month or so. Fair enough, yeah. Like they should avoid releasing anything big for quite a while. They should avoid it. I mean, there's only so much you can do because you have to keep the players you have engaged. You don't want to lose your core fan base. But I don't know. I like their plan. I liked their idea with the Landsrad system. But even if that system is really good, how many weeks can you rebuild a base in the deep desert and continue to farm the deep desert? And like how long is that desire to win the Landsrad gonna last before it wears off? Fucking funnily enough, going back to the conversation with Grollo, it's the sandbox versus theme park argument for MMOs, right? And I know they stopped saying Dune Awakening was an MMO, but it's the theme park versus sandbox option. They went for sandbox, but they gave the players, to continue the metaphor, a sandbox filled with piss and shit, and then expected them to enjoy playing in it. Like, I'm sorry, but like, unless your sandbox has enough things to do, people are going to stop doing it. And I shouldn't be so harsh. But the problem was there was just not much to do in the end game. There was stuff to do, but once you've done the stuff, what do you continue doing? You know? Why is that over there? Why can't I even reach it? Imagine if it dropped a good item. Such a good survival game. Let me guess. Mine this, mine that, build, shit, repeat. Yeah, you got it, Harry. That's a fucking good survival game right there. No, it was like the survival mechanics were a bit basic like that, but they were serviceable. But the world they built was really good. Yeah, cats, yeah. Base game is pretty good, but they just need to make it more replayable and less punishing from now on. Sprinkle some content on top of that. Yeah, exactly. That's all they need to do. Because, yeah, like, my first 30 hours, I was fucking in love with the game. If I'd made my YouTube video after the first 30 hours, it would have been all positive. But instead, I was like, you know what? I want to experience the end game. Let's see what the end game's like. I'm sure that's going to be fucking great. And I can't wait to talk about how good the end game is. Then I got there and I was like, oh, okay. It's a slog. We had those when you were a kid. Because, yeah, they didn't create enough baked in content. They expected that every player was going to join a guild, engage with the Landsrad, and enjoy PvPing in the deep desert. Because they didn't include PvP there, or they did, but it's the most basic shit in the fucking world. So it just, I mean, we talked this to death, but like, why? Why? Did you really think every single, well, not even every single player, did you really think the majority of players were going to enjoy doing the same repetitive tasks week after week? Like, like it needed a raid or something. It needed some raids. I know it's fucking, again, not maybe not an MMO, but it needed some big group content that wasn't just get an Athopter and fuck everybody you see. Because it's like if Call of Duty had a single multiplayer map or Battlefield had a single multiplayer map, right? It's like, yeah, people are going to have fun shooting each other on that map for a little while. But how long is that going to last? You know? Like, how long is that going to last? Yeah, you can give them different things to do week to week. And if one team wins one week, then they get a boon the next week. But you can't make that boon too strong, because then the losing team is going to be like, fuck this, and they're going to bail. So your boons are then like, oh, you craft 20% faster. But then when most of your crafting is set it, go out and do heaps of other shit, come back, it's done. The 20% only really matters for those top-end guilds that are like obsessed with it, who have somebody in the base at all times making sure that, you know, the furnaces are fully stocked. Like, again, I really liked a lot of the experience, but it's just, I can't help but look at the end game and think, you really thought players were going to vibe with this long term, hey? But like, that's it. And like, I think Conan Exiles was similar. It's primed for them to release some content and really push that game and explode it. What I really want, and I said this before, is create some larger PvE areas. Maybe they can be PvP enabled, but create some larger PvE areas where players can come and collaborate if they want to. You know, maybe fight over, like I talked about, you know, maybe it's really good for solos and duos, but a guild won't find the value they want there. They'll encourage solos and duos to go. They'll have a good time. They might meet other people and start playing games with them. You know, encourage people to team up. Because you had an entirely, you've got me on another rant now, had an entirely solo experience, and then suddenly the end game was nothing but multiplayer, but only PvP multiplayer, no co-op, no cooperation, zero cooperation, only PvP. It's like a slap in the face, like what? That's why the fans say you can't review this before playing a bunch of hours. Yeah, yeah. Which I've never bought that. Like, if I hate a game in the first 5 hours, that's a reasonable review in my opinion. Like, if I, like, you know, if I look at reviews on Steam and I see that somebody dropped off, if they dropped off after an hour, I'm usually like, you know, I'll look at what you've said, but I'm not going to consider it greatly. But if somebody dropped off after 5 hours, those are the people you need to pay attention to. Because if they're dropping off after 5 hours, something's gone wrong. Something was clicking for them, but it didn't fully click. So what's happened there? It's never a good idea to force people to PvP under any circumstances, co-op or not. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Some people just hate that and never like it. And like, I maybe wouldn't have hated it as much if... And this is the problem with the deep desert, right? And I've talked about this endlessly as well. I know I'm repeating myself. The problem with the deep desert is it was a desert. And it was largely just open sand. That was its that it is and continues to be its biggest problem, if you ask me, because it limits the players to nothing but thopters. You've showed me a game where you have sand bikes, where you have buggies, where you have obviously the big thopters and the various, you know, different things you have. And then you throw me into the deep desert where I can use thopters. And again, for the 30 hours I've played before getting to the deep desert, I've done nothing but PvE on land. I've done nothing but learn how to PvE on land. I am ready for some on-the-ground PvP action. And then you throw me into a deep desert where there is no on-the-ground PvP action. That's not true. There is not none. But there is not as much PvP action. The majority of it is some guys flying at me with a thopter and just fucking me into the dirt. And it's like, why did I just spend 30 hours learning how to fight on the ground when now all I do is fight in the fucking sky? Like, what are we talking about? Honestly, it must be so hard to figure out what people want. People buy the worst slot games ever. That's the thing. I don't think it's that hard to figure out what people want. I think it's really doable. But I think a lot of these companies and a lot of these creators, I said this recently. I think a big problem with a lot of this game development is too many cooks in the kitchen. You want a single person with a very clear vision for what the game is. And I think that person will either make absolute trash or they'll make something amazing. But I think, and maybe June was this problem, because it feels like somebody created the Haga Basin, and then someone else created the Deep Desert, and those people never fucking had a conversation. It feels like those people never talked about what their respective areas were like, and they never got together and looked for a way to make them consistent in some way. If you want a game to cater to both PvP and PvE crowds, you just got to separate those two. Make separate content for both, and people who like both will engage in both. That's exactly right. And that's all I think they were missing from the Deep Desert, is just a location to PvE. I wouldn't have even been that bothered if it was PvEVP, as it would PvX, whatever they call it. I wouldn't have been bothered if it was a mix of both, like a focus on PvE, but then open it up for PvP as well. Because I think that's fine. I think that's fine to do. Because again, you know what you're going in for. And then maybe have some that are purely PvE only, you know, whatever you want to do. But it was just a problem with, like, you've tried to build a social game, but you've not built for any way for people to socialize. Because if there were PvE zones that players had to cooperate in, then you're going to get players who go to those zones and cooperate with other people. In the same way they do it in MMOs, right? In the same way that when I play World of Warcraft or I play Ashes and I'm doing a hard quest and somebody walks up and says, hey, can I join you for this? And you say, yeah, let's do it. And then you do it. And it's just natural. It didn't offer any of those opportunities. It's disappointing. As long as you can opt out, have all the PvP you want, force it on me and I'm out. Yeah, and that's what happened. That's exactly what happened in June. They forced PvP on me. And you know, I don't hate forced PvP because I knew what was going to happen in that area, right? It was forced PvP in that zone. But it was just the PvP was so lackluster. Like, it wasn't even something I wanted to try and get good at, because it was just flying around in a helicopter shooting at other people, and the vast majority of it was 2v3, 2v2, you know, it was rarely a fair fight. Never played a PvP game where it was not dominated by guilds holding each other's dicks. That's the other problem as well. Is, yeah, guilds often come in and do their thing. Every time someone doesn't respect this, they end up regretting it. Yeah, they do. They do. And that is like why I'm so hesitant. Oh, that is my one hesitation for Ashes of Creation, is the fact that they are selling a game where PvP is always available, but they heavily disenfranchise you from using it in certain situations. So they're trying to make it very situational. The way I described it with Grollo, because obviously we talked about Ashes of Creation, is I love the idea of Ashes of Creation because I love the idea of an MMO where some guy can be walking down the road towards me and then just decide to fucking just go and just fucking give me a hit in an MMO. I don't want that in person because it feels immersive, because it's like real life. You know, in real life, you're walking past somebody on the street and somebody could just go up and go, just fucking get you. But why would they? Why would they? Because it gives them no benefit. It's going to fucking land them in jail at worst. At best, all they've done is hurt someone and walked away, right? I want an MMO that gives that kind of feeling. Problem is, with an MMO, you need to really ham up the negative consequences of attacking someone to make sure that they have to make it a risk-reward scenario. And I hope that they get that risk-reward right. But as we were talking about Harry earlier, that is an incredibly fine line to tread. An incredibly fine line. Because if PvP is if it's not disincentivized enough, the trolls are going to use it and kill everyone they see. But if it's too easy to access, trolls will kill everyone. If it's not easy enough to access, no one will do it. But I'd rather they go that way and make it relatively like unsatisfying to PvP unless somebody wants to PvP you. If they can nail that balance, I will be so happy. You know, I want the balance where... the balance I want in that PvP from Ashes of Creation is if I'm walking down the road with Harry and we're just, you know, hanging out, just some random player I run into, and then I see Harry pick up a bag of diamonds that just happened to be there. You You know, I want the chance to be like, you know what, Harry, I'm sorry, but I'm taking those from you. That's what I want. I want it to be a really situational moment where I've seen someone grab something and I know that if I fight that guy, you know, I'm risking losing my gear, or I'm risking losing this or that or whatever. But I can get that. I can get what they have. But who knows? Some guy made a great video about how PvP and Ashes will fail the PvE crowd as usual in these games. Some people's good time is making sure everyone else has a bad time. Don't steal my diamonds. I'm not gonna say the opposite. Well, and like I agree with you. Like that will be, or that is the risk of what they're doing in Ashes of Creation. Completely is the risk. I just don't want to get rid of the +3 on my skeletons. I'll be honest. I don't want to lose it. Oh, we leveled up. How far are we off this? 359. Let's put these on. Okay, we're almost there. Oh, you're actually talking to Oh, funny. You were talking to Grollo specifically about this the other day. There's always there's ways other than punishment and risk that you can use to balance PvP, but it's really hard to do. It is. It is. What I like about the balance and risk in Ashes is, you know, if I do kill Harry and steal his diamonds, I become corrupted, right? And the moment I become corrupted, everybody in the game can see where I am on the map. Right? They can see where I am. And if I'm corrupted enough and they come and kill me, I not only lose the diamonds I stole from him, but I also can lose my gear. So if I have high-end gear, I don't really want to fight Harry just for the sake of it. Because if I corrupt myself for no reason and somebody comes and kills me, I could lose something that, you know, cost me a bunch of in-game resources that was probably worth more than the diamonds. So it's about that risk reward. But yeah, it's like managing that in practice, I agree, insanely hard to do. I'm hopeful though. Like, I'm probably huffing the copium a little bit for sure. And I'm definitely I'm definitely not expecting it to be perfect. Ooh. But I mean, in the implementation they have now, and it's a bit different because it's an alpha, so people's behavior is different. You know, if they're not enjoying the game, they're unlikely to just start trolling. They're more likely to go just play something else. But like, I've never been just killed by somebody in Ashes of Creation in the time I've played it. And to be fair, that's not an extensive amount of hours. But I've never been killed in PvP unless I was also flagged and engaging in it. Like, nobody's just come and killed me off the cuff. But they have said that it's currently overtuned, and possibly for that reason as they add things. But yeah, it's the same concern that obviously June Awakening had, where they're building a sandbox. If that sandbox is full of piss and shit, then it's going to be bad. That's the problem. Like, if the sandbox is not perfectly set up so that people are going to have fun, it's going to be problematic. You remember Asmol playing it for 5 minutes? Yeah, didn't he get, like, he got endlessly killed? Yeah, and that's the funniest part about the game. It is, like, probably going to be the worst game for streamers to play, because people are going to stream snipe them. Constantly. And, like, they will ban people for stream sniping because, you know, you are exploiting the game in that respect. But at certain points, you know, can you prove they were stream sniping? Like, if they do it repeatedly, obviously, you know, you can say, oh, clearly, you know, you've killed this man 5 times in the last 10 minutes. Like, we know you're stream sniping. But yeah, it's gonna be a hard one for streamers to play. Oh, big streamers, not me. Won't be a problem for me. But yeah, I remember seeing that clip too. That was so fucking funny. He like spawns and instantly people are just wrecking him. I mean, quite sad, but that's just what people are like. And this is the conversation I had with Grollo, right? Like, you can't stop that happening. You can't stop it. You know, the player base is its own worst enemy. And obviously it's a small section of the player base, but they are their own worst enemy, because none of this should be a problem. Having PvP in a game should not be a problem. But the player base makes it a problem, right? In the same way that there shouldn't be crime, but people make it a problem. You know, corporations make it so that people can't fucking afford to eat. They can't afford to fucking do anything. Netflix fucks me into the dirt constantly every fucking few weeks, every few months when they up their prices. Like, they turn people towards crime. You can't do anything about it. There's always going to be people that try to spoil it for everyone. And it's frustrating because you have to spend so... And I think actually that's where that conversation was going. We were talking about the decline of MMOs. And I think a big part of that is just the fact that in a game like Grim Dawn, you make your game, you release it, you're having a good time, right? You stole my diamonds on when you like stink on Oatless. Netflix, how you do it. Like Grim Dawn, you make your game, you release it. I don't have to worry in this game about Harry causing me problems. I stole his diamonds in Ashes of Creation, but he can't do shit to me here. What are you going to do, Harry? I'm in Grim Dawn. What are you going to do for me now? Like, he can't do anything. But the moment it's an MMO and there's PvP, before you even start considering, or what they should do, before you even start considering what your PvP is going to look like, you need somebody on the team whose responsibility it is to make sure that they can't be griefing. And that's instantly annoying because you have to devote resources to the fact that players are going to try and fuck up your game. And that is so frustrating. And I think that's why MMOs are avoided in a lot of cases, because as we've discussed today, solving that problem incredibly hard to solve the problem of how you deal with PvP and MMOs, because there's always problems and they are always player driven and player created. So you have to put in boundaries, but those boundaries always come with caveats. You know, you're always robbing Peter to pay. I hate that phrase because I always used to hear people say it, but now I say it myself. You're robbing Peter to pay Paul. You're always screwing someone over in the interaction. And as much as players say they want PvP and that open PvP, the majority of them don't. Humans gonna human, yeah. But that's such a weird... I love that you said that, Texas. Back when I was in like high school, like me and my friends used to just say people be peopling, because people will just do what they're gonna do. You can't stop them. They're gonna be ridiculous. They're gonna be stupid because the average person is dumb as a rock. That's just what it is. And the biggest problem is the average person doesn't really look to change that. They don't look to challenge their thinking. They don't look to improve. They don't look to understand. They look for information that they look for confirmation bias, right? They engage in confirmation bias. Everyone does it. They look for information that already aligns with their worldview, and then they accept that. No matter how ridiculous that information is going to be, they accept it. You make PvP structured and limited to people who want to participate, but PvPers hate that, and we all know why. They do hate it, and look, it's one of those, yeah, we all know why, most PvPers. Because I like that in a game. I like where, you know, like, and I think June had a good idea where there was a large section of the game that was PvP only, and you could engage with it or you couldn't. The problem is they locked so much progression behind it. And by the time they got around to changing it, they caused so many other problems because they hadn't thought about it early enough in the process. And they look for easy things, exactly, yeah. And that's why you have like such insane political divides, right, between, you know, the Democrats and the Republicans in America. Because the average person isn't looking to fact check. I mean, obviously not. That's how Trump got into power. The average person isn't looking to fact check anything that's said. They are looking to agree with a person. They're looking to agree with a person that says it. And that's it. The average person literally doesn't have the mental capacity for abstract thought, so they literally can't form opinions on things that aren't simple. Yeah, that's made me feel bad. And I like how I say this as if we're not probably some of those average people. Like, everyone does this to a degree, but it's the people who can at least step back for a moment and say, well, you know what? When he says they're eating the cats and dogs, are they really eating the cats and dogs? Are they really putting time into capturing cats? You know how much fucking meat is on a cat? Unless it's a really fat cat. Are they doing that? The problem is so many people are just like, oh, I already dislike immigrants and they're eating cats and dogs. I cannot believe it. Fuck me. Like, fuck me. And it's why, like, the election was one of the most depressing periods of my life. More, not because of who won. I don't really give a fuck. Although it's funny for the memes, I will say that. But just because you're just watching people just be like, you're just watching people use no part of their brain. You're watching, like, everybody just sit there and not critically think. And I'm not just saying that for the Republicans. I say that for the Democrats too. It's the same on both sides. Like, they both have their own immense levels of bullshit. Some of them are just a little bit more ridiculous than the other. You had fun in Desert, whatever the game was called. Then I hit level whatever, and PvP was active, and then I would just get killed by 310 guys every now and then. So annoying because you build as PvE. They're of course built for PvP. Yeah, exactly right. And that's a problem Ashes might run into. Where it's like, and the problem with Ash's system, which is one I keep trying to grapple with, is if somebody starts attacking me, if I don't attack them back, they become corrupted. But that means that I'm going to die. So I have to take the L so that I can try to negatively impact them. Right? Which makes sense, because if I'm level 10 and a level 50 guy comes up and starts trying to kill me, my best option is just let it happen, because I'm not winning anyway. But if it's close and I fight back and lose, I guess I have technically engaged in PvP. But it feels bad in that respect because I didn't necessarily want to. I just did because, you know, I didn't want to give the diamonds back to Harry or something, you know? That was the last time he played all the forced PvP, yeah. So it's like, guy's gonna get what he deserves later. Great game. Yeah, like that's my one kind of concern with it. So I'd maybe like to see a system where, you know, if you're the aggressor, you know, repeatedly in a fight, maybe you get a little corruption. Maybe it starts to stack, and after a couple of kills, if you're just constantly aggressing on people, it gives you corruption. But I'm curious to see how that works. Fight back instincts. Exactly, like you're fighting back the instinct there, because every other game will tell you got to fight for your life there. But it will come back to bite you in that game. So it's definitely a system that it's a system that I honestly do expect to fail. I know I'm talking it up like this like it's gonna be the best thing in the world. I do kind of expect it to fail, but I'm really curious to see what we can learn from that at the very least. Did I grab what I needed to? Yes, I did. I got, okay. Because that's what I just got, right? And I got its heart? Yes. Also, you know, they will try to cheat that system. Yeah, and like people were doing that, right? So the problem with the corruption system in Alpha 2, or phase 2 of Alpha 2, the problem with the corruption system is if I cast an AoE, why did they just spawn out of nowhere? If I cast an AoE at Harry and we're PvPing, but then Fufu decides he wants to suicide into it just to troll me, he could do that and then I would get corrupted because I killed him. So like that wasn't great, but they've addressed that problem. And they address that by like making it so that you can, your AoE attacks don't hit people unless you're like if they're not targeted. And I think you can press certain buttons to turn that on and off, which decent way. But yeah, it's exactly that case of people try to cheat the system, and they were. Hang on, do I have a devotion? I feel like I have 2 shrines that I like. Oh my god, I'm gonna start paying attention to this. Elemental resist, and then done that one. But yeah, it does suck. It does suck. I do hope we can get to that point. I'd love to see a game where PvP on works and works efficiently, because I don't mind being just killed by some guy once in a blue moon. You know, if once every couple of weeks I'm walking around Ashes and some guy just takes me out because I had something he wanted, okay, as long as 99% of players aren't doing that to me. But when it becomes every second person I see walking around is trying to kill me, yeah, like that's an awful system. I think it was Lineage with some highest level would just start healing the mobs I was fighting. I can not remember that guy. I couldn't realize. Yeah, and I know Lineage was a big inspiration for Ashes, so that's kind of like, ooh, we'll see what happens there. But who knows? Who knows? We'll either get there or we won't, right? There will always be another game. So if they can't achieve it, hopefully somebody else can. But ultimately, like, if that just becomes a limitation of the game, I'm also fine with that at the same time. Like, again, if it turns into they end up scrapping that idea and, you know, you have to flag PvP on and off when you're doing certain activities, that's good. Like, they're introducing, I think they're called lawless territories or some shit in phase 3, where periodically areas of the map will become PvP only, like certain farming spots. I like that idea because I think it's like, you know, for half an hour this area is going to be PvP on, and then if people want to PvP they can go over there. If they want to farm the mobs there, they can risk PvP. I think that'd be fun. That's something I would engage with. That's something I would engage with. Like, I'd go to one of those zones for sure and just do some farming, engage in some PvP. Because I think about, like, RuneScape. I used to play RuneScape, and there was the wilderness there. And I rarely ever really went to the wilderness because it was always super high-level people hanging out. And the problem was, it's because it was a static location, right? Whereas with Ash's plan to make some of those areas move around the map, there might be some people that follow those zones, but ideally, we'll see instances where, you know, me as a level 10, I might come across you, another level 10, and we'll actually have a reasonable fight. Instead of what I always experience in RuneScape, which is, oh, there's always a bigger fish and there's only a single pond to go in and out of. So anytime you enter that pond, the big fish there are like, fucking there he is. And they come at you. Any PvP is choice-based and predictable, all for it, yeah. Absolutely. I just want it to be more fluid. And I think the whatever they're called, zones will achieve that. Oh, I found another town. Hello.
See anything you like? Put it to good use.
Like having to toggle PvP in a city or PvP zones. Yeah. I don't mind that. I prefer the idea of the I've already forgotten what I said they were called. Whatever the moving PvP zones in Ashes is. I prefer that because it means that if I'm near one of those locations, I might decide to go do it. You hate systems where you can't attack a player before he or they surround you and toggle PvP. I agree with that. I'm not a fan of systems where you toggle it on and off yourself. I don't mind if it's in a city or a zone. That's why I like this implementation where it's a specific zone. If I'm nearby, I can go there, engage in some PvP. And it's going to happen or it's not, right? Because I agree, when it's a toggle, it just means that the moment they are ready to toggle, they will toggle on you, and that's just a bad feeling. Because you have no recourse until they're actually on top of you.
I thank you for this offering. The heart of Caraxes shall cause no further harm. Instead, it now shall heal our injured. Now,
what does he need? I must find a way to Malmouth.
If you seek a path to Malmouth through the swamps, then I am afraid you are out of luck.
The roads will but collapse, and even if you should somehow find your way out of the bog, the land beyond has been consumed by aether fire. Ancient passageways exist connecting north, but they're not of this realm.
Ancient passageways exist that could Ulgrim, you say? Oh, it would be a shame to lose such a legend.
Oh, used to reset your devotion points. Cool. Where is that? I don't know where that went.
What you ask will take. I care not for the village, only for what was stolen.
We have crafted a fetish in the swamp in order to protect ourselves. Or somebody's tampered with it. Okay, we'll fix it. I assume that's what we're agreeing to do. I hate that I didn't explore that. Oh, it ends. It ends. I like that I can see a gap in that bridge. I was going to go search that, but I'm glad I can see there's nothing there to do. PvP in arenas or moving areas. Yeah. Arenas are nice because it means high-level players can go to those arenas, engage in the PvP they want. Moving arenas are really nice because it means lower-level players have a chance to find other low... I mean, you still have a chance in a moving area that a high-level player is going to be there and, you know, fuck you into the dirt. But a moving area means that, if I'm in a low level area and a PvP zone opens up, it's unlikely a high level player is going to be there. So instantly I'm more likely to have because it's meaningful PvP. That's all I'm looking for as a player, is meaningful PvP. And of course that's going to mean different things to different people. Ooh, actually.
What troubles you?
Oh, do I have points available?
Journey.
I have points available. I always have fucking points available. So I've got to put 5 more points in to get the Blight Fiend. Hold off for now. Keep buffing my thing. Now that he's got that ability, let's keep buffing him. When did I get a 9th skeleton? I don't know when I did that. I might look at the PoE 2 patch notes soon before we finish up. I'll play this a little bit longer though. Are there enemies out here? There we go. Okay, there are. No, what? Yeah, that's it. No matter what system you go with, some people are going to hate it. Like I'm huffing the copium that Ashes of Creation is going to land a system that kind of appeals to a lot of people. Because there's like there's like PvP you can engage in whenever you want. But I really hope they pull it off. But I do doubt it. I do. It could just because of the nature of people. That's purely it. Because I know how I'd use a system like that. Like, I'm not going to walk around just killing random people for the sake of it. Unfortunately, a lot of other people are. Or not even a lot, just a small percentage, but it only needs to be a small percentage. Juvenile basilisks. Okay. That's an interesting looking basilisk. I've never seen a basilisk that's like a snake. What's this? Not what we're looking for? Clearly not. Oh, true. Fucking Harry Potter. How you going, TJ? Good to see you, man. Harry Potter. That's such a good. That's a good point. I have seen it. I've always thought of them as lizards, but maybe that's just me. Okay, what have we got down here? And how you been, TJ? You been good? Oh no, I did ask you about Path of Exile 2 the other time. I was going to say we were talking about that a lot today with the recent update announcement, but I remember you saying it wasn't for you. Iron Barrowholm. Depends, yeah, depends which game book of university you grew up on. That's a good point, yeah. That's fair. That's fair. And to be fair, I grew up on Harry Potter. So I definitely should have remembered that one. Although it's such a distant memory now. Although they're coming out with a new TV show at some point, aren't they? I keep seeing people talk about it. You're an MMO guy. What's your thoughts on? Why can't I pick that up? Is it because I have one? It is. Well, actually, is it? Or did I just pick up the same one? Yeah, okay, I can only have one at a time. That's fine. Yeah, you're an MMO guy. What are your thoughts on PvP and MMOs? What do you like to see? What's your kind of preference? Only Harry Potter from the memes. So it's one of the most boring, so I've got into the rest. I didn't mind them when I was young. They're fine movies. I think I appreciate them for the fact of you could never do that today. What did they have, like 8 movies? Because I think it was 7, but the last one is in 2 parts. Like, can you imagine getting children to sign on for that many movies this day and age to the point where they're adults by the end of it? It just doesn't happen. I mean, we had Stranger Things, and that's taken them fucking a decade to get out 5 seasons or whatever. What's this? Dwelling entrance. Okay. I don't know why they had to revamp it with a TV show though. Like, I'm really curious. Like, I'll watch it out of just pure curiosity, I think. But I'm really unsure about what story they're going to tell that I'm not immediately going to know the ending to. You know? Like, I really don't know what that's going to look like. What we got? A couple of blueprints. Some leggings. That can go away. Reputation bonus. No, that's fine. You don't do it much personally, but think set zones is best or level cap zones. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I've almost did it, but oh my god, did they? Yeah. Remakes equal money. Story, they don't care about that. That's true. Yeah, remakes do make money. I'm kind of sad about how many of those we get these days. And yeah, we were talking about the Ashes of Creation attempt at PvP with their corruption mechanics, about whether that's feasible or not. I think the ultimate stance on it is we all kind of expect it to fail, but I'm really praying they can pull it out, because I'd love to see it happen. I'd love to see a game nail always on PvP in a way that doesn't incentivize or actively punishes griefing, but incentivizes it in the right scenarios. Like me stealing Harry's diamonds. Look at our Drain My Dragon film. Just get. Oh yeah, like. I didn't pay any attention to the problem with that one is it's too soon. That movie is not old enough for you to do a live action fucking remake of How to Train Your Dragon. Like, it's like, what are you doing? Come on. I wasn't a big fan of them doing it for the old Disney films either, because I think the magic of those films is the fact they are animated. But like, why are we? Yeah, why the fuck? Why are we doing this? You know? Like, these movies just came out. Everyone knows they're still all there. Lilo and Stitch, yeah. And they gave the fucking fish a sandwich that wasn't even peanut butter and jelly. Atrocious attention to detail. But yeah, you're right. It's all just cash grabs. And I mean, look, the problem is it started working, right? I've not watched a single one of those movies. Also because they probably don't appeal to me anyway. I guess they're trying to appeal to the new generation. That's what they're doing, right? They're taking my generation who have got kids now, and have got kids that age. I don't personally, but they've got kids that age. So they're like, oh, if we re-release the classics that the parents like, they'll make the kids watch it because it was something they enjoyed as a child. Or they will make them watch the animated version, which means we're selling more subscriptions or copies of those movies as well. So it's a win-win either way. And it's just I hate the world we live in. I hate the world we live in, that creating slop is the best answer because it's low risk and high reward, or the low risk medium reward, right? Like, because you see people take chances and it's so fucking good. It's so good. Like Game of Thrones, biggest TV show in the world for its time, literally an insane cultural moment. The internet was like, after every week, it was always, everything on the internet was, have you seen Game of Thrones? Did you see what happened in Game of Thrones? Holy fuck, can you imagine what they've done? How do you think they're going to handle this apart from the books? And then the last season was so dog shit because they rushed it out like fucking idiots because the guys were going to go and direct the Star Wars movie and then didn't even do that. It was so shit that it ruined the entire thing. Imagine if Game of Thrones last season was as good as the rest of it. Like, people would still be talking about that show, but you never hear anyone talk about it anymore because they phoned in the end. They had their golden goose and they literally fucking threw it in the oven for the last season. They could have kept collecting golden eggs, but they fucking cooked the damn thing for no reason. You've never watched any man, you've never watched any episodes of Game of Thrones, TJ. That's wild. That's wild. Last season, they also around season 5. I will agree, the later seasons, it's yeah, when they ran out of source material, it really showed. But even then, like, the later seasons I think were okay, but the last one, might have to watch it again just for the meme.
Have you come to pay your respects, mortal?
What do you ask of me? With my attention turned elsewhere, I must turn to another cleanse, a once sacred place. Hope that you're capable. Yeah, sure. We'll clear this and then probably look at some patch notes really quick. You found Game of Thrones extremely meh from episode 1? Fair. You are very hard to please, Texas. I'll say that, which makes me feel very, very honored that you come to my streams as regularly as you do. But I could see that. I could see it. What I liked about it was purely the fact that, and obviously a lot of characters did have plot armor, to be fair, but, you know, like, characters would just kind of die. Like, major characters could just die. And you just see so little of that in film and TV. I was also younger at the time, so, you know, less experienced. But, like, you can't disagree with the fact, though, that it was so big for its time, right? Like, even with you not liking it, I'm sure you fucking saw people talking about it constantly. And they just butchered it. Impressively butchered. And I was saying this to, I think it was my girlfriend maybe recently. He really liked seasons 1 through 3. After that, it became more of the same slop. Yeah, it did. And maybe that's probably what I'm remembering, because when I think back to it, I'm thinking more about the early seasons. It's been so long since I watched, and like, I watched the early seasons so many times because as more seasons would release, I'd rewatch them to then watch the later ones. So I've probably got some rose tinted glasses there. People would stop talking about it when I enter. They stop talking about it when you enter the chat. That's fair. But the point is, they were talking about it when you came in. That's the point. But yeah, I was saying to my partner, like, I think a big part of the problem is we're not really getting directors in the same way we used to get directors. Because you think about directors like Quentin Tarantino, Spielberg, like the real OGs that had their massive hits. And whether you like those hits or not is not really the point. But they were directors who have a lot of power and were able to make what they wanted to make. I think a lot of problems we now see, and I remember hearing somebody talk about this with Disney, is Disney will hire really young directors because they can control them. And then, of course, if you go back to the discussion of too many cooks in the kitchen, you end up with a vision that's incomplete. The director can't do what they want to do in that respect. They don't have the respect of the writers because the executives at Disney and those other corporations are the ones controlling what happens. Because, you know, the executives are like, hey, our stats tell us we do super well with females aged between 15 and 18 and males aged between 15 and 20 or whatever. So we need you to make sure that Tom Holland and Zendaya are in this fucking film. And it's just like, oh, fuck me, what are you talking about? Or, you know, we got to make sure that we reference TikTok or whatever. And it just ends up being, it's like, it reminds me of the scene from House of Cards where Kevin Spacey's just like, is that a PS Vita? It's just like the most out of pocket, just product placement of anything in the world. Bad bills, exactly, yeah. You're afraid to rewatch stuff you loved in the past because you loved Haunting of Hill House and found it shit on rewatch. Tried Dexter again and quit after episode 1. It's not just the movies, same thing with most games. Exactly. Exact same thing with most games. That's what I think the problem is. And I think I may have talked about this with Grollo, so I may be repeating a lot of the shit you're going to see in that video. But I think back to games like World of Warcraft, Diablo, even Titan Quest, I guess is a good example too. Path of Exile, made with a creative director at the helm who had a vision and stuck to that vision. Most games now, it's no longer the creative director that has most of the control. It's the executive above them, or it's the publisher. And you know, that creative director may have the best game in the world in mind. He might have Dune Awakening in mind if Dune was given another year to be made. But then the publisher comes in and says, hey, our earnings call is in 2 months. We told you to release it by then. I know you're saying it's not ready, but we need to pump those stats, baby. We need to make the investors feel good about themselves. So get it out. We want to see those sales. And you know the creative director's sitting there saying like, oh, it'll be better and sell more if you give us more time. Go fuck yourself. Put it out the door. Like that is the problem, is the people who are in creative positions are no longer the people that are being listened to. And then you just end up with shit because it's every executive making the call. It's every executive looking at the slop around them and saying, holy shit, Fortnite did well. I control Call of Duty. Give me a Peter Griffin skin. Get me a Seth Rogen skin. Where's Nicki Minaj? Get her in the game. And the creative directors are sitting in the back room being like, this used to be a game about World War II. This used to be a military shooter. What the fuck are we doing? But somebody's sitting there being like, fucking Fortnite money, baby. Let's go. Like I think that is the biggest problem. I think that is the biggest problem with gaming. Is that we put all the creatives in the back room and we tell them to fucking get to work and we just hit them with whips. It's the lawyers and accountants, yeah. Like it's all the people that shouldn't be making the call. And I think I talked about this maybe last Tuesday as well. It's because games are an art form. It's a bit wanky to say. It's a bit of a wanky statement. But games are an art form, right? They require creativity. They require interesting storytelling, interesting mechanics to tell a story, to immerse you in the same way a good song or a good movie or a good TV show immerses you in whatever that story it's trying to tell. And if you don't treat it like one, like how many fucking movies, well, I guess we see that with movies to be fair, but you think about music, how many music artists would be successful if a random executive was the one making all the decisions on the lyrics and on the beat and all that kind of shit? It'd be terrible. Be absolutely terrible. And that's exactly what we're seeing in gaming.
I can't open that.
I mean, you said I couldn't open it, but I think I just opened it. YouTube didn't let me send this, so we should send all lawyers and HR people to the renewable energy coolhouse. Make them run on treadmills, generate energy while growing their own food. Oh, TJ, gaming got too big, so now it's exactly, it got too big. Yeah, and I said this in my interview, in the little podcasty thing with Grollo, is it used to be people making those games out of passion, right? Like the people making World of Warcraft and the original Diablo, they were obviously wanting to make money. Like nobody's discounting that, nobody's disagreeing with that. They were clearly doing it as a job, but they were doing it as a job that they loved. They were doing it as a passion project because they were able to do that in the moment. And of course, they then created something incredible because they were trying to create something that people were going to enjoy. And because at the time, if people didn't enjoy it, it wasn't going to fucking sell. Because I guess they didn't have a big enough marketing budget, right? That's now out the window. It's more about marketing and the perception of what's actually happening. Yeah, I saw you text us. They're absolutely art. And have you heard modern music? Yeah, I'll be honest, I don't listen to a lot of modern music. At all, to be fair. Like I said, I was going to finish just this, and now I'm in like a big old fucking area. Oh, maybe it's not that big. But it is a shame. It is a shame. And I don't think we'll ever fully get back to that era. I don't think we'll ever fully get back to the space where people will be given creative freedom and they will escape the publisher grind. But I have a little bit of hope that some people will recognize this and start to create some decent studios. But it's like Blizzard, right? Like Blizzard used to be a good studio. Then it got sold. I feel like when those studios get sold, they should have to put like an asterisk next to the name or something. And it should be like Blizzard, but you know, 2025 Blizzard, not 2002 Blizzard. Because you look at, what's his name? Sven Vinky, the guy that is the creative director for Larian Studios. That studio, they pump out banger after fucking banger. You know why? Clear direction, clear focus from above that we are creating good games. Very clear understanding of what we're doing. I've realized I've not summoned my skeletons and I'm just fucking around here. And then, of course, they release absolute bangers that make fucking bank. My hope is that some executive is seeing that and saying, you know what? Maybe letting them cook is a good idea. We've never left that era. Indies and small studios still exist. Oh, yeah, I just mean bigger companies. You know, it's just bigger companies and they are slowly dying. They are. Hopefully they'll die off and then we'll be kind of free of that. But I'd love to see those bigger companies get back into that too. Because, we said this the other week. Can you imagine how insane Battlefield 6 would have been? A studio, DICE and EA, with the resourcing they have available, could you imagine how good a game they could make? Like, just think about that. Like, it's so sad, isn't it? It's so sad because it could be so incredible. They could be pushing out insane bangers, but they don't because they won't take the risks for it. So I hope we get back there one day. I don't think we will. I think we'll start seeing a lot more of what, and I'm not lumping Ashes of Creation in with them being a good game and a good company at this point in time because it's to be seen. But I think we'll end up with a lot more people like Stephen Sharif, who's basically funded a fuckload of the project himself because he has a very clear vision. I think we'll start seeing a lot more people begin to fund their own things, like you said, indies and small studios. And I think you'll start to see a lot more developers branch off from those big companies. And the reason those big companies are sucking more and more every year is probably because they're losing that talent, right? They're losing it to those smaller studios. They're losing it to people who are going off to develop their own games. And then they're just stuck with brand new graduates who don't really fully understand what they're doing or don't have the experience to fully flesh out a system as well as they want to. So they end up with a mobile game version of, you know, what should be... This. I like how there's just a plant here that's alive and thriving apparently. Oh, here we go. Hang on. So put that on and oh, we are so close. We're 4 physique off, you son of a bitch. Nothing I can do in here, is there? No. Anything here that I already looked through here for something that gives me physique, didn't I? I remember doing it. It was something, but I don't think I've changed enough. That one. Yeah, there's nothing. Okay. All right. What can we do for you then? We'll keep going on the hound. Maybe the heal from the bird. One on the heal, one on the hound. Yeah, we'll go up here. Oh, sorry. That was another good rant. I have to look at to cut this stream up, making something out of it. But I don't know. I think we'll get there. We'll get there. I think we're entering into a good era of gaming. It's just taken us a while. Because I think those small studios have kind of spun up. People are knowing they can do things. People are starting to support them a lot more. They're probably a little more hesitant to sell now as well, seeing as what publishers will do to small companies. Like, if I ever ended up with an ungodly amount of money, that's probably what I would do. I'd probably fund a studio. And do exactly what I've said and just let them fucking go for it. Oh, here we go. So this says +3 to raise skeletons, a fuckload more damage. Losing a bit of health, but that's okay. We can make up for that in the skill tree. Percent to spirit, percent to health. Yeah, sweet. Yeah, we're still 4 off that. Oh fuck! Oh, yeah, because I leveled, everything's gone. It's like, where are my guys? Give me the bad shell, thank you. Oh. Oh, hello. I don't know why I'm so underleveled. I don't know if I've missed like a big section of the game, or maybe I'm not supposed to be in here yet, to be fair. Given I used an iron key to get in here, it was probably, it was maybe supposed to stay closed for a bit longer. Why do I have to open this? It's in here. Welcome back, Harry. Sorry. Didn't realize you'd left. Oh, this thing's got almost a million health. Oh, that AoE is chewing through my boys, though. And my dot is not strong enough to kill that thing yet. Oh, fuck, he got me. Shit. Oh, and I won't be able to go back in there. All right, that's a good spot. All right, give me one tick. Let's throw this up. Let me find the PoE 2 patch notes. Well, let's have a look at them, and then we'll finish up there. Just throw some random that on for now. All right. Oh, let's have a look at here, hey? Put that back up. Start doing primal exercise twice a week. Damn that shit. Primal exercise? I have no idea what that is. I'll have to look that up. So, Act 4. Act 4 is... Yeah, they said completely non-linear. It says, and you can visit islands in any order you choose. It's got to reply to questing too. I think like Fufu said, it's probably going to be a bit like Act 2, where maybe you can go anywhere from the start and then it pulls you into a certain island. It's got the Abyss League, so starting fresh, new economy. 5 problem movements that fix 95% of your problems. That sounds like a scam, but I'm interested now. It's the word primal. It sounds like it's like some alpha male shit that you're trying to sell me. Yes, I mean, we all know what Abyss is. It's the league. But yeah, here we go. It's the balance overhaul for all the characters. So support gems. We know the support gem changes. Update description of last grasp. You can use yourself. Okay. New content and features. So add a new strength gem. Echo Forge Hammer, I know. Fortify Cry, I know. Ancestral Cry, I know. Okay, so these are the ones we saw. Ice Tip Arrows. Frost Stars. Conjure number that launch towards the target. Hit a chill door. Create chunks of ice to deal additional damage and impacting. Oh, yes, okay. Oh, I quite like the Frost Dart sounds like an interesting skill. I'm kind of curious to use that early on. 2-3 months of that. Oh, fuck. What's this one? Iron Ward. While active, stores a percentage of the physical damage that is prevented by your armor or other source of damage reduction. Using that skill releases the stored damages on Nova. I'm really curious to make just a really tanky character, because those kind of skills sound pretty cool to me. I like the idea of it. Mortar Cannon is one I'm really curious about, especially with the Abyssal modifier that can give you a second one. I think having 2 different mortar totems could be really strong. I think a really good grenade build could come out of the mercenary. There's a new intelligence assistance buff gem, Ravenous Swarm. While active in enemies nearby, swarms of insects emerge from your body to pursue enemies. The swarms are untargetable minions that periodically attack and poison enemies within the swarm. That sounds pretty good. I like the idea of that. I mean, it depends on the amount of damage and stuff, but I like small bits of passive damage. That go really well with a minion build. A nice Zoomancing potentially. It's just based on human movement, breath hold, kick through, deep squats, crawling, and 90 hip flow. Yeah, there's like, what is it, like calisthenics or something that are focused on like movement and stuff. New intelligent siphon elements while active has a chance to create an infusion remnant. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, I know that one. Grim Feast has been completely reworked and re-enabled. Instead of granting energy shield, it now allows you to collect remnants from your dead reviving minions. Then activate the skill to instantly revive minions based on their maximum life. Ooh, fuck. That's pretty good. Well, that's pretty good for boss fights. But you probably don't want your minions dying anyway. Grim Feast has potential there. Okay, so we've got the Hollow Palm. Ritual Cadence, that was in the video. Black Flame was in the video. Walker of the Winds. Added the following new currency. Yeah, so we've got the new currencies. Okay. How long is this? Okay. I'm not going to read through all of this. Okay, I think I know all the in-game changes. But Denmark is hot as fuck right now, so whenever I try it... Oh my god, yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, nah, when it's summer, I really struggle with that shit. Well, I struggle anyway. It's just a commitment to it. Currently access most pool requires a key. Okay, so we know the inner pinnacle stuff. Acquiring map boss passive points has been adjusted. These are now obtained by slaying map boss 79 plus, 80 plus, and anomaly map boss 79, Citadel 79. Okay. Mysterious anomalies can now appear. Those sound kind of interesting. I quite like the idea of that. They've changed waystones. Oh, items that can have 2 sockets now have a very low chance of generating with 3 in higher tier maps. Okay, so you can just passively get higher socket drops. That's kind of cool. Unidentified corrupted waystones can now be used to access a corrupted nexus. I've not heard of that. Not sure what that is. What's a corrupted nexus? Is that something familiar with you guys? Start walking late at night, 20 minutes and 10 kills in one hand is not bad. Yeah, I need to be more focused on using my treadmill. Moving up to using a 16 kilogram kettlebell, my left hand is letting me down. Yeah, enough said, enough said. The Abyss map has been renamed to Marrow. Okay, yeah. Else changes. Essence rework I've already looked at. General improvements. Unique strongholds now have their own unique minimap icons. That's cool. Still no longer appears alongside as Merry Wisps. Skill. Sell vendors for gold based on level quantity. Oh, you can no longer place the hooded one in your hideout. You're able to identify items from in towns. Your Yarny will continue to serve as a source. You are now able to log directly into a town or hideout by holding control while selecting a character. Okay, interesting. Why not? Omens can now stack up to 10. I like that. That's handy. Great sleep though. You have a hard time falling asleep. Yeah. Oh yeah. No. That is yeah. Yeah. I've started doing kind of something similar sometimes. I'm struggling to sleep. Like I'll get up and just do like some movements, some workouts. Player changes. When holding down the dodge roll button, your character will now go into a sprint. Either finish the roll. Sprint's available. Yeah. Primary purpose features make moving in an area. Yep. You can no longer socket multiple copies of the same skill gem to your main skill sockets. Skills not granted by gems and skill socket. Do not count towards this limit. You can sell multiple copies of specters. Okay. But only one of each kind of monster. Really? You can have multiple copies of specters or tame beasts, but only one of each kind of monster. That is a change they didn't make clear, if I'm reading that right. Multiple copies of... Yeah, but only one of each kind of monster. So you're going to really need to use up your... only one of each kind of monster. Okay, so maybe you can still get multiple specters, but you can only have one specter gem of that monster type. I think what it's saying is... So this whole thing is saying you can no longer socket multiple copies of the same skill gem. So you can't have multiple versions of Arc socketed at the same time. I think what it's saying is you can socket multiple spectre gems, but I can't spectre basic zombie and then have another spectre of basic zombie and then another spectre of basic zombie. I can only have one of those skill gems equipped, if that makes sense. That's what I think it's saying. Yeah, so like Texas said, 3 specters but 3 different monsters. But yeah, that got me there. That was a better way of explaining it. Thank you, Texas. That confused me, yeah. Okay, so there's some ignite changes. Unarmed attacks now have a base critical chance of 5%. Add a new mechanic, yeah, elemental infusion. I quite like the idea of elemental infusion. I think that adds some really interesting gameplay to the sorceress. I think it's going to be a bit much, but I like the idea of it. Oh, okay. So block chance is now 50%. So that's what they reduced because of the active block options. All right, let's look at the ascendancy changes. These ones I'm curious about. It's good to have you being obsessed with minions because I still want to. So I'll let you know when it's good, yeah? Fucking love a minion build, obviously. Okay, so what do we got? So the Warbringer, against this call, notable passive now provides +1 to maximum number of totems. Okay, I don't really care about this one to be honest, but Sack of the Jade. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. Smith of Katava, don't really care. General Legionnaire, the advanced number 2 general is no longer grants 2% less cost of a skill. Or skill gems have 3% more attribute requirements. It now grants the buff, which while active causes you to passively generate a power, frenzy, or endurance charge once every 8 seconds. I don't hate, that's kind of nice. The type of charge you generate is determined by the attribute requirements of your socketed skill gems. The higher the total strength requirement, total of your socketed skill gems, the more likely you'll be to generate endurance. Okay. Damage to no passive no longer grants you the use of each type of support gem an additional time and different skills. Instead, it now provides for each color that is most numerous. Gain red, hits against you have no critical damage bonus. Skills have less cost or 40% less move speed penalty from skills while moving. That seems poor given they've already reduced the speed penalty when using skills. That seems so useless. Yeah, you're like a free beta tester. That works for me and I didn't have to pay. Hey, you pay me in the like few cents. Actually, no, fuck, because you use an ad blocker. I don't even get my like sensory watching things. Tacticians, the cannon's ready. Noble cannon. Okay, yeah, +1 number of summon totems. Oh, shit. So you can get +1 to number of summon totems on the passive, on the ascendancy. You can get it through the abyss. So you could have, I'm liking the idea of a mercenary grenadier build with a new mortar. Because you could have 3 mortars shooting out 3 different grenades and then whatever you're doing. That could be good. Or at least fun. I don't know if it's going to be good. You subbed me for a few months. You did your part for now. You did. Okay, I'm just going to go to the witch ones. Let me skip to the witch. Oh, actually, hang on. Acolyte. I wanted to see what they did to Brace the Darkness. Okay, reservation lasts for 5 seconds, previously 10. That's a nerf, no? I can't remember how that skill works exactly. You wanted to like that. I also hated the reload mechanic, Harry. But it's improved. So it's it's not faster now. It doesn't slow you down as much now. And they have reduced a lot of the movement penalties on a lot of skills. I'm not saying it's going to feel good, but I'm with you. I hated it because of the reload, but I'm interested to see if it's improved. I think I'm still going to dislike it, but we'll see. I wish they would just remove the reload and just reduce the damage. Like, I would be so happy with that. I know other people might not be, but I would be so happy with that. The small passive life skill prior to... Yep. Okay, Sangomancy's been gone. Stalk with Spark. Everything else was annoying in some way. That's fair. That's fair. I think that's starting to change. I think we're coming around, but yeah, I know what you mean. So Infern... Okay, Blood Mage. So it's now free. The life remnant skill he grants now spawn a remnant. Yep. Gore Pipe passive skill narrow grants crit damage. The Between the Cracks now no longer provides critical hits. It now provides 1 life flash charge per 4% life spent. And 50% less life recovery. It also now has when you're... Sorry. It also now has when your life flask reach full charges, 40% of its charges are consumed. And gain 1% of damage as physical damage 3 seconds per charge consumed this way. That's so specific. I don't think it's that good though. No worries, Harry. Have a good one, man. I'll be jumping off soon shortly. I'll be jumping off shortly myself. Infernalist. The Infernal Hound now ignites enemies within 2.5 meters, previously 1.5. Okay, it's a buff. It's a buff. It'd go well with my Zoomancer. Pyromantic Pack Nodal passive skill now grants Infernal Flame equal to twice your mana. Previously it was equal. It causes you to lose 20% of your Infernal Flame per second if you haven't gained any in the last 2 seconds. Previously 50 per second. I never liked Infernal Flame. I still don't like Infernal Flame, so that's whatever. And they've buffed Demon Form so it no longer disables your weapons, yeah. Okay, Lich, the Dominion of Flesh. Yeah, I'm with you, Fufu. When I saw 2.5 after 1.5, I was just like, look, it's a buff, but come on, like, fuck. Also, I don't know what other measurement they use other than meters, but I have no clue how far 1.5 meters is in the game. Like, how tall is the character supposed to be? If I lie my character flat, how many meters is that? I am almost 2 meters tall. I'm fucking like I'm 6'4". I'm 7 centimeters off being 2 meters tall. If I lay down on the floor, that's not that far. It's not that far. So if the characters in this game are 1.5 meters tall and you lay them down and that's the distance, that's fucking nothing. 2.5 on top of that is an extra meter on top of that's nothing. Oh, hate it. The Dominion of Flesh Nova now is renamed to Incessant Cacophony? What? It now grants your curses have infinite duration. Ooh, curses have infinite duration. I mean, that's kind of just a nice quality of life feature. It's not really something I want to put points into. Especially ascendancy points. Like, that's nice because it means you just have to cast and you forget, but you're over 2 meters tall, mate. Oh, no, I'm not. Hang on. 6'4". Yeah, no, I'm 1.3. I'm 1.3. I'm close. Although, why is that gone to 333 reoccurring? What the fuck? Yeah, I'm 1.95. Not quite. Yeah, you were close. It's only because I know my height in both. You know what I mean? Like, although if I'd been wrong there, that would have been so funny. It's a good buff percent wise, but like their philosophy when it comes to designing skills hasn't changed. Yeah, I know what you mean. Eldritch Empowerment no longer provides. Okay, what does it do now then? Okay, it now provides spell seal 30% more damage when sacrificing energy shield. Sacrifice 5% of maximum energy shield if you cast a spell, and sacrifice energy shield does not interrupt recharge. I mean, that's pretty good. 30% more fucking damage for 5% of an energy shield. It's not bad. Okay, so this one, the Prime, now provides spells consume power charge if able to deal 40% more damage. There's a lot of spell damage in there. 70% spell damage from those two. Pretty good. Although I didn't check what they removed, to be honest. That's just a buff, that one. Oh, that's a massive buff. What the fuck? And it must work for channeling spells, I'm guessing, because they've removed the non-channeling from it. Okay. I don't think there's much more I want to look at here. I think that's kind of satisfied me. Spirit cost of specters have been adjusted. Using the specters with high spirit costs are generally cheaper, while some are now more costly. Okay. Specters and tame beasts now deal 20% more damage at all gem levels. That's a fucking just insane buff to lay down, but okay. May play Chaos Conversion Ice Elementalist trigger build. I loved reading that. But I am curious about an Ice Elementalist after seeing the video. Mark skills are no longer spells. Interesting. Arc is now a projectile. It no longer causes explosions and construct enemies and is no longer a payoff skill. It now chains 6 to 9 times at gem levels 5 to 20, previously 5 to 8, so a slight buff. 6% more shock magnitude and can now consume a lightning infusion chain additional times. Ball lightning can now consume fire infusion, leave a trail of ignited ground and explode at the end. By Inspector, quality now provides minions 0 to 20% more damage instead of 0 to 10. Oh, more damage instead of 0 to 10% reduced reservation. 20% more damage though, very good. Arc is really interesting too. With all the support for triggering gems adding. Yeah, I saw that. That really interested me because that's always fallen flat. And I've not really known how to feel about that one. Okay, hang on. I'm just focused on minion stuff now. What do we got? Player minion. Yeah, we looked for that one. Player minions can now always hit with their attacks. That's so good too. Because I remember, like, this is such an underrated buff, by the way. Player minions now always hit with their attacks. So underrated. Because I'm pretty confident my skeleton arsonists, or whatever they were called, they would miss frequently, but they were throwing so many bombs it didn't matter. Because that seems insane if they're always hitting. Oh, although attacks, is it an attack or a spell? Okay, so I might be wrong there. It used to be decent, but they nerfed it below the ground for some reason. Hope it's better again. Yeah, I hope so. Don't care about that right now. Don't care about that right now. The small passive skill prior to living weapons now grants increased. Okay. Yeah, okay, let me go back down to the actual, let's go back down to the skill changes. Okay, Bone Offering. Spike duration is now 8 seconds, previously 5. I love that they're improving the duration on things. I'm so happy about that, especially like the Ignite and the Ailment durations. I really am glad that they're improving them. Purely because it was always a bit of a frustration trying to do something. Okay, go on. I'm jumping off shortly. PoE 2 update's looking awesome. Glad you like it, my man. I'm just looking through, obviously, the patch notes now. I'm more so looking at the minion stuff, and then I'm going to finish up. But I really like that they are improving the duration on these things. Because, yeah, 4 seconds on an effect it's fucking absolutely useless. And I know they discussed that in line with the mercenary. Because, yeah, you put a shock on someone, you shoot a grenade, and then you have to shoot the grenade right away. You have to shoot it instantly. And there's no reason for it to be that short. Come on. I know it means you can hit them with more abilities, but like, it has to be reasonable. Sorry. Anyway, while the explosion radius is now 2.4 meters, previously 2. I didn't realize Bone Offering had a... Oh, Bone Offering, yeah. The buff now has minions take 20-25% reduced damage while shielded, and now also has absorbs first hit, dealing over 25% of minions' life. Quality now provides shielded minions take 0 to 30% less damage for 1 second after shield is lost, instead of 0 to 40 more physical damage on the explosion. Okay. What else we got in here? Do we have anything else? Oh, here we go. You make in game, your status elements will last 10 seconds by default, and that's the minimum duration I'm okay with. yeah, like what are you going to do with 4 seconds? Yeah, absolutely. Raised zombie. Quality now provides 0 to 25% increased area of effective empowerment on enraged zombies instead of 0% Instead of 0 to 20% more minion movement speed. Effect of empowerment. What the fuck is effect of empowerment? Does anyone remember that? The fuck is that? But I'm glad with that. Like, the movement speed's kind of unnecessary. Skeleton Arsonist's explosive demise is now an attack instead of a spell. Oh, that's okay. That's their active ability. Dealing 3% attack damage. Now deals additional fire damage equal to 8% of minions' maximum life. Previously 12 though. Now deals additional fire damage equal to that. Why was it I guess because they made this change. That should make up for this change. And can now target minions with 30 to 1,000 life or less. Previously, okay, so a minor change to that. I'm the minion, dude. I just don't know what effective empowerment on raised zombies. I mean, I know there's empowered zombies. Is that what it's referring to? Because empowering zombies is very specific. The Empower Sport Gem when linked to enhance the zombies' damage, life, and movement speed. This is the AI overview. Oh, that's the original Path of Exile, though. If it's talking about empowered zombies, I never bothered with the empowered zombies. Although I never... I mean... If they're 25% better, though, maybe I would use empowered zombies. Empowered zombies are the ones where you have a power charge and then you raise a zombie and it's like super powered. They nerfed it, but minions can't miss now with attacks, so it should be better. Yeah. I mean, this, to be fair, I mean, less movement speed, it's really whatever for zombies. Like, they were pretty slow, actually. But you can summon them off corpses, so yeah. Like, for a zombie, 20 movement speed's not doing enough. This is not bad. So skeleton brutes have a command skill. Shattering Roar is a war cry that intimidates nearby enemies and consumes freeze on enemies and allies to deal damage in an area around those targets. I like that. This is the build I want to go for. Skeleton clerics. Quality now provides revived skeletons are immune to damage for 0 to 3 seconds after being revived instead of more max life. I mean, you kind of want max life on your cleric, but I mean, immune for 3 seconds is whatever. Skeleton Frost Mage has a new command skill, Ice Armor. Ice Armor coats minions in an area with frost, reducing damage they take from hits, causes enemies that hit them to take cold damage, and counts as frozen for other effects. Quality. I'm sad it doesn't give me stats on this. Like, reducing the damage they take from hits by how much? Causing enemies to hit them to take cold damage by how much? Like, what is it? You know, what am I supposed to learn from this? Oh, you meant the ape. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. No, that's fair. That is just a nerf, yeah. But you're right, like with the attacks, it should even out. And the skill quality now provides minions deal 0 to 20% more damage instead of reduced reservation. Okay, more damage. It's always a win. Snipers. They've upped the gas damage. And the cooldown's reduced. And they now give minions 0 to 20% damage instead of reduced reservation. That seems to be a pretty common theme. Whoa. What the fuck? Storm Mage. Death Storm now deals... Okay, no, that's fine. I thought this was I thought it was going from this to this. I was like, what a buff. It is still a buff, though. An extra 520 damage at the high end. Projectiles now chain 2 times at all gem levels. Previously 2 to 4. Okay, bit of a nerf there. I love this, though, that an earth can now be used on dead skeleton reviving minions. That's pretty good. Once per death. And they give him a dash attack. I quite like that. Okay, some item changes. That's whatever. I don't think there's anything else here I really care about. Oh, what's this? Item changes. Talisman of Relocation now grants 8% increased reservation efficiency of minion skills. From minions have 5% reduced reservation. Oh, okay, so man, it's just a buff. Oh, good, they've removed minion accuracy modifiers. That's a win. I mean, obviously, it would have been weird if they'd forgotten that. Right. breakfast, the worst. Chicken is better than steak. Rue is a cat. Let's go, Rue is a cat. Okay. There's always just the stupidest comments impossible, isn't it? I really wish the forums had something that wasn't just memes. But I know that's just the meme. Spectre's looking a lot better, not like Tentacle Muscation back in the very early 1 days. Yeah, I think Spectres, I mean, we'll have to try them out. It'll be on a Spectre by Spectre basis. There were a few Spectres in the last update that were usable. So if they've given everything just a straight buff, there'll actually be a few that might outperform skeletons in certain situations. But I think with the changes to the command skills, especially on the brutes, I think skeletons can compete because they need to compete. But I think there might be some specific Spectre builds that outdo them. But it'll come down to what the costs and the actual damage numbers are. But yeah, I'm looking forward to this. I'm really looking forward to this. I was kind of middling on Path of Exile 2's next league. I really wasn't expecting it to be that good. The descriptions were incredible, minions. I really wasn't expecting it. But I'm happy with how this has turned out. Yeah, looking forward to that. Either way, I'm going to pull all these thoughts into... Well, not thoughts. I'm going to pull together all this information into a video tomorrow. Yeah, they were the worst fucking things to fight. I agree with you there. I don't know why. It was just, yeah, the worst. Oh, all right. Well, I'm going to go make my bacon, egg, and cheese roll. I'm going to go have a great time fucking eating that. Hope you guys have a good one. Have a good weekend. I mean, you all know what's happening in Path of Exile 2 now, so I'll have a video out tomorrow covering what we've talked about today, covering the changes coming. So you're just going to see me repeat it if you watch it. I heard them say something about leg items from specific bosses. Cheers. Yeah, absolutely. No worries, Tex. Thanks so much for hanging out, man. I appreciate you hanging out. You too, Nag. I'm glad you found the channel. I hope you enjoy it. If you're expecting ARPG content, though, I make fucking everything under the sun. So it's always something random on my channel. So it might not always appeal. But hopefully you'll like it. Until then, have a good one. Catch you later, Fufu. See you later, guys.